So, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everybody, and thank you for coming. David, as Frederick mentioned, that's my email address if you ever need to get in touch with me. And I'm going to describe Tenant Domain Pro, which is the software that runs the Sunet Mailfilter. So I'll give an overview of the software, talk about some of the technologies that we use, talk about some new features and some features that I really like that I think more people should use. And then I'll talk about a roadmap to the future, so upcoming features, upcoming improvements, things like that. If you have any questions at any time, feel free to interrupt me. So, people who use Kennet don't really need to know the architecture, but I think it's helpful to understand it a little bit because it gives you a better picture of how the system works. So at a very low level, mail comes in from the internet over SMTP, and we use SendMail, the Unix SendMail program, as our message transfer agent. And the reason that we picked SendMail is that it has an interface for doing filtering that's very convenient to use. So their filter interfaces to a couple of programs that Roaring Penguin wrote, and all of the actual filtering work is done in Perl. So these Perl processes scan the mail, they decide if it's spam or not, and they report back to SendMail, and SendMail decides whether or not to accept or reject the message. So everything on the previous slide is just in this scanner box here. And this is the system architecture of Tenant. In the middle of everything, we have a database that's Postgres, and that stores things like your preferences, your settings, custom rules, blacklists, whitelists, all of the customizations that users can make go in here. As well, if you use the quarantine feature instead of just tag only, some of the quarantine information is held in the database. The actual messages themselves, so the email bodies, are stored in a thing called Storage Manager, which is really just a file system with a daemon to store and retrieve messages. And this is replicated, so you can have multiple copies of everything. The scanners do the actual mail scanning, so SMTP in, scan, and SMTP out. You interact with the software via a web server, which talks to the database and to the storage manager. And the final component is called a ticker, and it does periodic tasks like cleaning up old messages, doing the base training, because that's too slow to do in real time, so we do it in the background. So that's the system. Just to make people's lives difficult, we made up a whole bunch of words that nobody else uses, so I'll explain what they mean. So what we call a realm represents an organization. So one university might be a realm. It could have more than one domain, but if they're all controlled by the same organization, that's in one realm. And the realms can contain sub-realms. So here's an example. A university might have computer science department and philosophy and chemical engineering or whatever that have their own domains and their own mail servers. So they could be put into their own realms. So the computer science people manage their part and the philosophy people manage their part. And the overall university administrator can see all of the realms underneath their own realm.
I should mention that no customer has asked for this.
Right.
So we don't have it in the Sunet installation, but it's possible.
Yeah, as far as I know, you just have one realm for every customer.
Yeah.
Centrally managed by them. And there's a special realm whose name is base. That's the root of the tree. So base contains all of the other realms. So inside a realm, we have a thing called a stream, which usually represents one end user. So Frederick would have a stream, and would have a stream any settings or blacklists or whitelists that Frederick creates would only affect his mail, unless the stream is completely separate. Any settings, blacklist, whitelist he creates would only affect his mail. If you're using the quarantine, each stream has its own quarantine area.
But I'm a power user, so I have several aliases.
Right. That's why we invented streams. I wish there were a whiteboard here and I could draw this.
We have one there.
Yeah, but that won't be on the video.
Exactly. Yeah, well, on the live stream it will, but it will be too far away. So.
Yeah, that's okay. I'll just use my hands.
Yeah.
And I'll use this. So Frederick has multiple aliases. Let's say he has 3 aliases. So Kenneth has a way to map them all into the same stream. So mail for any one of those aliases, doesn't matter which email address it is, goes to the same stream. So it'll show up in the same quarantine. It'll use the same rules and settings, that sort of thing.
But not by default.
Now, as far as I know how Sunet works, you actually have to log into the system first, one time, for it to recognize all your aliases and do it.
Because, yeah, exactly, because the IDP is supposed to deliver that information to Canon.
Yep. So the IDP holds a list of all your email addresses. Yeah, but the only way we can access that information is for you to log in, because we have no way to ask the IDP for that information unless you've logged in.
But if you never logged in, you probably don't care about your quarantine or your settings.
So this is a picture of the hierarchy, and there's an extra piece of information in here. Inside each realm, there is a stream called default. Any settings or blacklists or whitelists that the administrator makes in this stream apply to everybody. So here's how it works. Let's say mail comes in for this stream from a particular sender. If we want to look up say, is this sender whitelisted? First we look up the rules in this stream. If we find nothing, we look it up in the default stream. That way administrators can make rules in the default stream that apply to everybody, but end users can override them if they want. And there's even more levels of inheritance. If we look at this stream down here, if mail comes in for this person, we first look for settings and rules here. If we don't find it, we look in the default stream here. If we don't find it, we look here, and if we don't find it, we look up here. What this means is that the university, let's say this is a university department and this is a university. The department administrator can make a rule that applies to all of his or her users. The university administrator can make a rule that applies to everybody in the university. And the Sunet administrator up here can make a rule that applies to everybody, all of their customers. Any questions about that? So that just repeats exactly what I said, but it's on the slide. So again, we look in the specific stream first, then in default, all the way up the tree until we find the rule or we find nothing. As far as managing the system goes, the site administrator is a special user in the base realm. They have complete control over everything, so they're like a super user in Unix. The administrator in a given realm can administer this realm and any sub-realm. The administrator in this sub-realm can only administer everything here. Normal end users who log in using the IDP can only see their streams.
Oh, really good. Okay. So apparently the camera went away.
The camera went away?
Yeah, not that one. Not this one.
Oh.
But it's, yeah.
It's green.
It's green. So Maybe full screen doesn't work.
You also told me no. We press start sharing, right?
Does it work now?
No.
But the camera is recording according to this. Ah, okay. Sorry. Like this.
And I spelled hierarchy incorrectly, I just realized. Nothing but trouble in this slide. Let me talk a little bit about authentication. So there are a number of ways that you can authenticate in Canon. One is to create a user right within the system. So the username and the encrypted password just goes into the database and they log in locally. We can also authenticate against an IMAP server or POP3 server or LDAP server. Or we can use federated authentication, which is what Sunet uses. So you log in using your identity provider and all of the shibboleth magic happens and then kind of knows who you are. So let's say that you decide you want to start using the Sunet Mailfilter. Basically, you tell the Mailfilter where to send your mail. So you give it your backend mail server's name or IP address, and you point your MX records at the Sunet Mailfilter. The problem is, when mail comes in for a domain, we don't have a list of valid addresses here. We don't know if the address is valid or not. So if we just blindly accept everything, you relay it onto your backend mail server, depending on how this works, either it will fail here, so Canon will have to generate a failure notification, or if you're using some versions of Exchange, they'll happily accept mail for anybody, and then they'll generate a failure notification later on. So if a spammer sends a whole lot of spam to non-existent recipients, and usually they fake the sender as well, you'll end up generating a whole lot of failure notifications to innocent people because the sender address was fake, and you'll very quickly get blacklisted for causing backscatter. So to use Canon, there must be a way where Canon can validate a recipient right here during the SMTP transaction before it accepts mail for that recipient. And there are a number of ways that it can do it. If your backend mail server rejects invalid recipients right away, so you go receipt to somebody, and if your mail server says 500 no such user, that's good. Canon can run a little SMTP session before it accepts the recipient. It can say, does this recipient exist? If your backend mail server says no, then we say no, and there's no backscatter. Yep.
Is it a problem if the back-end mail server also uses recipient verification?
It just increases the time.
Yeah.
So as long as it can do it quickly, under about 10 seconds, it's not a problem. But if that's the case, another option may be to do an LDAP lookup. So if your backend mail server is doing an LDAP lookup, for example, you can also do an LDAP lookup against the same LDAP directory and save a step. And if none of that works, which is probably not the case for anybody here, but for some of our small customers, they just list all the email addresses locally in Canon. That is not a solution for you, because if you have thousands of users, you don't want to maintain the same information in two places. Okay. So I'm going to talk about our key anti-spam technologies. So basically, like most other people, we use Spam Assassin as the base. We have rule set updates that we push out on I wouldn't say a regular basis, but on an as-needed basis. We make use of something called gray listing that I'll explain later. We use Bayesian analysis, which is a statistical technique. We look at the statistics of words and word pairs in the past, and we try to predict whether something new is spam based on those statistics. I'll explain this RPTN when I get there, but it's basically a central base database that we update once a night. We do passive OS fingerprinting, so we try to determine the OS of the connecting server, Windows, Unix, whatever, because that can actually be useful. And we make use of a collaboratively maintained list of compromised email accounts to prevent some phishing attacks. So I'll explain each of these. So Spam Assassin is a well-known open source anti-spam toolkit. We're based right now on Spam Assassin 3.3.2, even though 3.4.0 is out. It's too new for us to start using yet. We haven't tested it enough. And as of a recent version of Canet, you can actually override the rule scores on a per stream basis. So I don't know if you're familiar with Spam Assassin, but basically it has a whole lot of rules that are heuristics. They look at pieces of the message, the body, the headers, and they assign a score based on running the rules against a huge corpus of mail and adjusting the scores so you get as few false positives as possible, but a good catch rate. The problem is the rule scores are good for the corpus that the Spam Assassin developers have, but they may not be good for everybody. So sometimes a rule will be inappropriate for Swedish mail, which is just fine for English mail. So sometimes you want to tweak the rules a little bit, and now you can do that. You can change the scores a little bit, or well, you can change them as much as you want, but I wouldn't recommend it on a per stream basis. Also, we maintain a set of rules in addition to the base ones, which are uploaded once an hour whenever they change. So if we see a big new spam run that's not getting caught, we'll analyze the messages, we'll write a new rule and push it out. And that's a picture. So we have our rules, we sign it, and distribute it to all of the Canet installations. Oh yeah, and we verify the signature in the same important step. Okay, another technology that we use is called gray listing. The idea here is, well, is everybody familiar with SMTP here? So you know that there are four different types of return codes in SMTP. There's one that starts with a 2, which means that's good, I accept that command. There's one that starts with 5, which means no, that's bad, I reject the command. There's a 3, which means okay so far, but I need more information. And then there's a set of return codes that start with a 4 that says, this is a temporary failure, I cannot do the operation right now, but you should try again later. So the idea here is, if we get mail from somebody we've never seen before, and the way we calculate that is we hash the sender, the recipient, the first 3 octets of the IP address, or if it's IPv6, the first is /64, and the subject line. Smash all those together, we calculate a hash. If we've never seen that hash before, then after the data phase of the SMTP transaction, we say, please try again later. And a lot of spammers use botnets with special software, and it doesn't try again later because they don't care. It's not worth their while to remember success or failure. They just move on to the next address. So we've been doing this for close to 8 or 9 years, and the effectiveness hasn't changed. It stops like 30% of all mail. Did that back in 2005, and it still does it now. So spammers obviously don't care. They're not working around this.
Something we should mention is that normal gray listing, or the sort of simple gray listing, does this per MX. But if the
Right.
somebody tries, a legit MTA tries, mechanic will accept it from the next MX
Right.
right away instead of waiting
Yeah.
1 minute or whatever.
Yeah. So the idea here is that Sunet has more than one scanner, obviously. So when you publish your MX record, it's more than one MX record. So when the connecting server first connects, it picks one of the MX record, the lowest weight one, and it tries it, and it gets gray listed. So a legitimate mail server will move on to the next MX machine and try there. Because of the architecture of Canon, where you have the central database, all the gray listing information is centralized. So the next time around, we'll say, okay, you're trying again, we'll let you through. So that should eliminate most delays for most legitimate MTAs. And to reduce the delays even more, once the machine actually gets past gray listing, so once we see, okay, this IP has retried, we put it in a list of machines to not gray list, and we don't gray list it for 40 days. So as long as it keeps sending at least once every 40 days, it'll stay off the gray listing list. No, that's confusing.
Also, regards to gray listing, we do the dynamic delay as well.
Okay. Right, so let me explain that. So normally, when a sending machine is gray listed, so it gets a temporary failure, if it tries again, we say, okay, you've passed gray listing. We don't impose any sort of minimum wait time that some implementations do. But you can tell Canon, okay, if this machine is on a particular RBL, impose a minimum wait time. So you can say, okay, it can't retry sooner than, let's say, 30 minutes. That means it'll keep getting gray listed for 30 minutes, and then after 30 minutes it will be allowed through. And that can help in some cases to stop spam from getting through because they might give up.
After 24 hours.
Yeah. The other nice thing about having a delay, you could put an unconditional delay if you like, is that it gives the real-time blacklists time to catch up. So if you've never seen an IP before, you just say, wait a minute, let's say for an hour. And maybe an hour later, Spamhaus or whatever RBL you're using will know about that IP, and then you can use that to determine if it's spam or not. Another typo. So Canon uses, with an S, Bayesian analysis on words and word pairs. And the basic idea here is a message comes in, we split it up into words, and I'll explain what a word is later. And if the message is spam, in other words, if a human says the message is spam, we have a table and we increment the number of spams for each word. So we'll say this word has been seen in 50 spams, this one has been seen in 45 spams, whatever. Same thing for non-spam. And we also look at word pairs as well. So if two words are together, we make one token out of word A plus word B, and we keep statistics for those words as well. So after a period of training, we end up with a table with 3 columns: the word, the number of times it's been seen in a spam message, and the number of times it's seen in a non-spam message. And once we have enough of this data, we can actually use it to predict whether or not a new message is spam. So when a new message comes in, we look at the words, so we look up the counts in the table, and if we have enough information, we can calculate the likelihood that that message is spam or not. In the chair?
Yeah. Or you can stand. Right.
That's a good idea. It's probably a fire hazard.
Does this differ how Spam Assassin does it, or is it
Yes.
this? Okay.
It differs in 2 ways from Spam Assassin. The first way that it differs is that Spam Assassin only looks at individual words. It doesn't look at word pairs. And we believe that looking at pairs increases accuracy. You could also look at 3-word runs and 4-word runs, but we don't believe that improves accuracy enough to justify the storage requirements. The other difference, and it's on the slide, next slide. Our base implementation normalizes everything to UTF-8, so we can handle any kind of word. Spam Assassin has an option to do that, but by default I don't believe it does that, so it does not handle non-ASCII words very well, and certainly not Chinese. The CJK words are not handled well in Spam Assassin. So, just sometimes I look through the Bayes database just because I'm crazy or something, and I see all these Chinese words. I have no idea what they mean, but I can tell you which ones are spammy and which ones are not. We keep statistics on a per stream basis, so everybody has their own little personal Bayes database. We also propagate them up so that the default stream in a realm has all of the statistics for everybody in that realm. And the default stream in the base realm has statistics for the entire site. So this lets Tenet adapt to individuals' mail flow, but also site-wide mail flow and institutions' mail flow. So it sort of customizes itself to your particular mail flow. The effect is quite subtle, though. It takes a lot of training to make much difference. So in addition to keeping all these local statistics, Tenet sites report back the tokens to us. So this is optional because some people think it has privacy implications that they're unwilling to accept, but most sites actually do report back tokens to us. And we keep a database which right now has about 17 million words and word pairs from about 7 million messages. That's basically the votes for the last 21 days. And we update it once a day. And every day the Tenet machines download the updated statistics and they use that as part of the Bayesian analysis. So the idea here is, if one of our large customers sees a big spam run, they vote it as spam, within 24 hours everybody will know about those words and they'll sort of be immunized against that spam run. So here's how it works. The votes are collected, so we basically keep a big list of words. We encrypt them using our public key, and the encrypted message is just mailed back to us. So we collect all of these votes, make a big database of words, number of spam, number of non-spam. We also distinguish between two different types of reports. A hand vote is something where an actual human being has gone in and said, this is spam or this is not spam. And so we really trust those, although depending on the person that may or may not be wise. The automatic votes are ones that Tenet itself thinks, okay, this is probably spam or this is probably ham. We do take those in, but they're not trusted as much as the hand votes. Anyway, once a day we push out a new database, we sign it, it goes out, the clients download it, check the signature, and then update their statistics. One of the problems initially that we saw with RPTN, before we distinguished between hand votes and automatic votes, is that you could get a positive feedback loop where if it got it wrong, it would sort of reinforce its incorrect opinion and keep getting it wrong in future. So to break that, we actually run a QA check against the votes before we accept them. So anything that a human says is spam or not spam, we trust implicitly. And we match all the other votes against the human votes, and if the automatic votes disagree with the human votes, we throw them out. And that way we can break these positive feedback loops. We have a few customers none of the NRENs, but some of the small customers in the US and Canada that have really, really dumb users, and they just feed us wrong information.
You know that this is recorded.
Oh, did I say that? Oh no, it's on the internet forever. Okay, this is just a joke. I'm just joking with everyone. Anyway, for some of our customers, we ignore their votes because we know that they're not very good, and we do some other things to help ensure their reliability. Another piece of data that we collect is IP reputation. So here what happens is, let's say a connecting server connects into Sunet's system and says, I have mail for some non-existent recipient. So that's an event, and we send the event back to our server. The event will be this IP address tried to send to somebody who doesn't exist. We have other events like this IP tried to send spam, this IP tried to send ham, this IP sent a virus, and this IP was graylisted, this IP made it past graylisting. Those are the events we collect. So this is collected more or less in real time, like we don't report each event as it happens. We collect up enough of them to fill a reasonable sized UDP datagram, and then we send it off. And so we have a process that consumes this data and keeps it in a big database. So once an hour, we go through all our events, and based on criteria that we've sort of experimentally determined, we make 5 different real-time DNS-VL zones, and I'll tell you what the zones are. There's a list called spammer. That's if a machine sends a lot of spam, not too much ham, it goes onto that list. We have one called a dictionary attacker list. So if a machine sends to a lot of non-existent recipients, but not too many real ones, it goes onto that list. We have a mixed list, which means they send a lot of spam, but they also send a lot of ham. And on this list, you'll find like Yahoo servers and Hotmail servers, Google servers. They're not really trustworthy, but also you can't completely block them. We have a list for machines that don't seem to be able to pass graylisting. In other words, they've been graylisted, but they've never been ungraylisted. And the final list is the smallest list is good machines that, don't send spam, they don't send to bad recipients much, they get past graylisting, those are the good machines. We do this for IPv4 and IPv6, and the number of IPv6 addresses out of the total is like round off error, it's like 0.05% or something. It's not very widely deployed. And I would say almost all of that is from the NREN.
How are those IP addresses represented in the lists, in the RDLs?
Yeah, it's pretty ugly. So you take the IPv6 address and you expand it out into 32 hex digits separated by dots, reversed, and you put the zone name on the end. So basically the same as IPv4, except instead of 4 decimal numbers, you have 32 hex digits. Or, yeah, whatever is needed to make
That's the
20 digits.
technical answer, but I was more referring to how much IPv6 addresses are good versus bad.
I can log on to our system and check.
Yeah.
Surprisingly, there are a lot of bad IPv6 addresses.
I'm not surprised, but
Well, I was surprised, but because there are some ISPs that have been rolling out IPv6, especially Comcast in the US. So if you have a compromised Windows machine, it doesn't matter if it's IPv4 or IPv6, it's going to be bad. Another piece of technology we use is passive OS fingerprinting. So there's a free program out there called P0F that just listens to the incoming traffic, and it looks at the TCP header in the connecting packet and the acknowledgement packet to try to detect the operating system on the other end, because different operating systems do different things with like optional flags or, you know, maybe ports, or maybe how they negotiate the maximum segment size, that sort of thing. Actually, the maximum segment size can tell you what kind of link you're on. So like a DSL, typically we'll use a smaller maximum segment size because you're using a PPPoE that eats up 8 bytes of your packet anyway. So POF can spit out the operating system, sometimes the version, and the link type. And we use those just as base tokens. So, for example, our base statistics show that a Windows XP machine sending over a DSL link, 87% likely to be spam, and I could not believe that wasn't 100%. So I have to check that.
Do you have a database for passive fingerprinting that is newer than like 5-10 years, or because what I've found, it's really old stuff.
It's newer than 5 or 10 years.
Okay.
Because the guy, I forget the guy's name, Solar Designer, he did restart development on P0F, but it's not that new. Like, it's a couple of years old probably. Okay, another piece of, well, not technology, but a piece of data that we use is the anti-phishing email reply list. So you should all visit this URL. It's a really nice project. This is a number of mostly university email administrators who keep a list of known compromised email addresses. So when they see a phishing attack that's coming from an educational institution, they analyze the email, they look at the headers, and if it really did come from that educational institution, they say, okay, this address is compromised, and it goes onto the list. So we distribute this list once an hour to all of the Kennet installations, and any mail to or from those addresses we block. We block the outbound mail because sometimes the attackers will send an email saying, please mail me back your username and password, and we don't want those messages going out, so we block it outbound as well. And it would be really nice if you joined that list and used it in 2 ways. The first way to use it is to actually submit data, so when you see a compromised account from an educational institution, you let them know. The other way you can use the list is to keep an eye on your own domains, and if you see an address in one of your domains showing up,
that was your promise.
yeah,
That was your part of the promise.
because a lot of time the administrators have no idea that the account's being compromised, and this is one way that you can say, oh hey, you're on the list, let's investigate. So yesterday I met with Frederick and Tomas, and one of the things I promised to do was to have Kennet automatically alert realm administrators when it sees addresses in one of their domains on this list. So that's coming. So that should help you catch people who've given away their email address and password, for a chocolate bar or whatever. I think I read a study a few years ago that something like 25% of university students would give away their credentials if they were offered a chocolate bar.
I heard something similar, but in exchange of money or something like that.
It may be different now, I don't know. I doubt it.
And nowadays it's quite tough to know if you are actually giving it away or not on your phone, if it's stored locally or somewhere in the cloud. So it's not that really easy to know if you are giving away your credentials or not.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's actually a good lead into the next feature. Oh, let me go back a slide. Yeah. So I'm going to talk about recent features in Kennet and also features that I really like. So that's the list. I'll skip to the features. I'm not going to go through this, but we'll go through it in detail. So the first new feature, and this is very new, this is only a couple, maybe a month or two old, is URL proxying. And the basic idea is when a message comes in with a URL in it, like this, we rewrite it so it ends up looking something like this. Now if the message is HTML, the end user is not going to see this, they'll just see a normal link. If the message is plain text with a link in it, well yeah, you'll see that. And when they click on this link, they get a little page saying, you've clicked on a link in an email, here's where it goes, here's where the server is located, so we geolocate the server. If it asks you for any sensitive information, don't give it, don't give away your password, don't give away your bank account number, things like that. And then there's a link that says, yes, I understand, take me there. And when they click on that link, they go to the original site. The idea here is just to keep users mindful of what's going on. Because sometimes you educate users, they remember it for about 3 seconds and then it goes out of their head and they happily give away their email password or their bank account number. This way they get a reminder each time.
So, I should mention this, that this is nothing that happens automatically.
Right.
You need to input that URL.
Well,
yeah, you can turn it off for every URL, but I wouldn't recommend that.
yeah, so I'll get to that in a couple of slides. So you can supply a template with the appropriate warnings. So if you want to change the wording of the warning, that's fine. If you want to put it in Swedish, you do that. Now, what Frederick was getting at is, by default, this feature is turned off. You actually have to turn it on. And there are two approaches to this. So one is you wrap all URLs by default, except for ones that you know are probably okay. So your own domain, eBay.com, PayPal.com, any big domain that you don't want changed, you can put in this list. That's the way we do it on our mail server. Another approach, because people get really annoyed sometimes having to click twice, is you just put in a list of domains that are often abused. So like docs.google.com with their web forms is actually not abused so much anymore. Google has clamped down on it, but it used to be abused. And there are a number of other sites that give you like free web forms or things like that. So if you have a list of those, you can say wrap these ones, but don't do any others. Which way you want to do it is up to you. We support either way.
But I mean, this is really a modification of the actual mail.
It is.
Okay.
And
But it's
so
up to you.
Yeah,
another limitation of this is if the mail is signed, obviously we don't touch it.
okay, so you have checks for that too?
We have checks for that. So if spammers start signing their mail, or pretending to sign it, because obviously we can't check if it's a valid signature, then yeah, this won't work. But so far I've never actually seen a PGP sign spam. Might happen one day.
Do you provide any lists of good domains or bad domains?
We don't, but I could probably compile one. Like I have one that we use for our own corporate mail server, which is PayPal, People's Banks, Gmail, our own domain, that sort of thing.
Is there an aging function in this, or how long is this then working?
How long is the proxy URL working?
Yeah.
Forever, because all of this stuff here, that's just the original URL base64 encoded.
Oh.
So, yeah, so somebody who's very clever could,
Well, you often search old mails and found URLs, so
yeah.
more that side.
So it'll work as long as your Canet server is up and running, and as long as the original URL is still valid, it'll remain valid. Any questions about URL proxying? Okay. Another nice feature that's relatively new is the ability to make compound rules. We always had to wait a way to make simple rules matching on subject or header, things like that. Compound rules that you make rules with more than one condition in them that are combined with and or, that sort of thing. So here's an example that we use on our system. Nobody at Roaring Penguin speaks Russian or Bulgarian or any of those languages. So we have a rule that says if the subject contains a Cyrillic character, or the body does, add 3 points. So before our rules are processed, we normalize everything to UTF-8. These are Perl regular expressions, and they have really nice functions for matching different classes of characters. So this little expression here matches anything in the Cyrillic character set. So that's how we stock Russian slang. I can give more examples of these later on. So internally, when you make a compound rule, we have a little compiler that spits out Perl code, a little Perl fragment. So you can use the full power of Perl regular expressions. You can combine them, and it's quite fast because all we're doing is running the Perl code, so it's pretty efficient. So far I've been talking about stopping inbound spam. Canon also can do outbound mail relaying, and this can be used to limit the damage from a compromised account. And the way that can be done is to impose hourly limits on outbound mail. So we run a hosted service, for example, and we say any given sender can send to most 200 recipients per hour. If somebody goes over 200, we automatically hold all mail from that offender. So we've had a case, one of our customers is an ISP, and they seem to be compromised like every 3 months, like clockwork. I don't know why. So most of the time, nothing goes out because we actually catch the spam. But assuming that the spammer was very clever and managed to sneak the mail out, after 200 recipients, we would start holding mail from that sender. And also we'd get an alert. The system would say, hey, this sender has exceeded the rate limit, please check out what's happening. We've caught about 5 or 6 different compromised users in the last couple of years. And we've stayed off blacklists. Our outbound relay has never been blacklisted in spite of the fact that we have thousands of users, and some of them are home users who are not very sophisticated. So this is really good for avoiding damage from compromised accounts. Yep.
Could you make exceptions per stream to that if you have a rule per round?
Yes.
Yes.
Is the rating static? You can
No.
learn, so it knows that this user
Oh, yeah.
sends this amount of mail per day.
No, you have to put in the limit. We don't really have a way to learn because, you know, if it's in the learning mode at an unfortunate time, it could learn incorrectly. Oh, this guy sends to 10,000 recipients per hour, that's fine.
But I mean, it's pretty simple because we use it at Sunet, SU uses it, you use it. You simply put in, what do you call it, decent limit that you think should fit all. And then you will get those notifications for perhaps an email list or whatever. And then you just say whitelist this Sunday, and then it's whitelisted forever. So then you train clients, basically.
Or you can just increase the limit for a specific sender if you don't want it completely whitelisted.
Yeah.
We are using both versions. So some senders we whitelist and some we just increase the amount of mail we can send per hour.
Yeah.
You know, Sunet has a echo service that you can make that hit the limit quite fast. So we whitelisted that since it's used very, very often.
Yeah. So you have to trust the address before you whitelist and trust that they're not going to be compromised.
So if you whitelist someone and they send 10,000 recipients in 2 minutes, there is, then you have whitelisted.
It's whitelisted.
Yep.
Yeah. Whitelist.
You can increase the amount just to
Yeah.
a bit higher to see if that is enough. I mean, we have administrators sending to all students, but they don't need to send more than 20,000 mails. We can increase the amount, but not unlimited.
Whitelist basically makes the limit infinite, so you have to be careful. Any questions so far? Okay. So another nice feature is Canet's audit trail. So pretty much anything you do in Canet is audited. We keep track of what was done and who did it and when it was done. And this is really good for troubleshooting. So if your user says, why was this message quarantined or tagged as spam, I whitelisted the sender. So you can go into their screen, look at the audit trail for the sender rules, and you say, okay, you whitelisted the sender at 10 o'clock, but the message came in at 9 o'clock before you make the whitelist. And this can save you, hours of running around in mail logs trying to figure out what happened. We use this all the time with our customers. Yeah. This feature, locked addresses, I wrote it, nobody asked for it, nobody wanted it, but I wanted it.
I wanted it, actually.
Frederick wanted it, but didn't know that. I didn't know he wanted it, and he didn't know it existed, so yeah. So, the idea here is you go onto a website, like to buy something, or book a hotel room, or whatever, and it asks for your email address. So you do want to receive email from the website owner, but you don't really trust them not to give it away. So what you do is you log into Canet and you say, make me a locked address, and you end up with a long random email address. And you put that into the website for the hotel or whatever. So when you initially create this address, it has 3 pieces of information. It has the long random address that's public. It secretly knows the real address that it's going to, and it has a lock status. So initially it's unlocked, it's open to the world. The very first time email comes in for that address, it locks to the sender or domain, depending on how you've set it up. So now it's locked, let's say, to a domain. Now only that domain can use that address. If anybody else tries to use it, it will get quarantined or rejected, depending on how you've set it up. So if you've given your email address to the hotel, and they sell it or give it away to one of their business partners, it doesn't work for anybody else. It just bounces or gets quarantined. But the address can last as long as you want. So as long as you're doing business with that hotel, you can keep giving them that address and it will keep working. Again, because Canet tracks pretty much everything, whenever something comes in for a locked address that's from the wrong domain, it's logged. And so you can look at the locked address and you can say, okay, I gave it to Marriott Hotel in December. In January, 6 different spammers tried to use it. So, okay, I know what's going on here. I use about 200 of these locked addresses. So I have many email addresses, and most of them don't work for most people. Here's an example of what something looks like. So this random stuff that's subdomain of ours. So this particular example I gave to our data center provider. So that's how they know me.
The display name is obviously David.
The display name is David. Yeah, you don't want to have to read this over the phone. That's one of the downsides. We've had quite a few frustrated people on the other end. But the thing is, you have to make it random because the strength lies in not being able to guess it. Otherwise, the wrong person could send the first email.
Why not use 2 or 3 random words instead?
Well, there's more entropy in this, but I suppose, it's a trade-off. If you don't mind the small possibility that someone would guess it, we could probably do that.
Very worst state.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you just hope you don't get an unfortunate combination of words. Okay. This feature is ancient, but quite good. Most people use virus scanners that have a, updated list of signatures that are updated hourly, every few minutes, whatever. But the problem is they're reactive. They can't catch a virus until the vendor has seen the virus, analyzed it, and made a signature. There are some virus scanners that supposedly use heuristics to detect new viruses, but I don't believe it. So what we do is we just, on our hosted service right now, we just reject those online extensions completely. We just, no, we won't take them. And so far nobody's complained. Yeah.
We have some users which have some similarities with the earlier American and Canadians, which insists on these stupid files that you send through email.
Yeah.
I assume that this is site-wide, so there is
Well, it's per stream.
per stream.
Yeah.
Per email.
Per,
Okay.
it could be done per user. We don't.
Yeah, normally you wouldn't want to do
Normally
that.
you wouldn't want to do it. But, if you get them to sign a contract in blood
Yes,
saying,
exactly.
that's fine. So spammer, the virus authors very quickly realized that everybody was blocking these, so they started to put them in zip files. So then we had to look inside zip files for .exe and that sort of thing. So we can look inside zip files. And then the virus writers started to use different kind of archive files, because everybody was looking inside zip, so they used RAR, the RAR archive. So we got fed up with that, and we found a piece of software that can open up pretty much anything, a zip, a RAR, a tar file. And so we look inside these different archive files, and we apply the encryption rules. We don't actually unpack them, we just look at the file names. And the nice thing about it is, for encrypted zip files, the table of contents is not encrypted. So you can't see the files, but you can still see the file names. So that's a really lucky implementation problem for us. So on our server, which does about 3 million messages a day, we reject about 75,000 that are almost certainly viruses. We've had a couple of customers. For some reason, when people send certificate bundles on Windows, I don't know, they wrap them up in an exe file. I have no idea why. And we just said, no, sorry, can't do that. And they live with it. Okay, so everything I've described so far actually exists. And now I'll talk about stuff that almost exists, the vaporware.
Slideware.
Slideware, that's it. That's a good name. So one of the features of Canet, let me just digress a little bit, is that you can search the logs. So a realm administrator can actually search the mail logs, and they only see the logs for their realm, unless there's a bug, but there are no bugs in Canet. So you can only see the logs for your realm, there's no information leakage. And this can help you determine what happened to a message. So if somebody is expecting a message and didn't get it, you can look in the logs and say, okay, it came into Canet, but the backend server rejected it or something, or else, no, it really did come in, so you need to check your backend server. So right now the log searching works. It's not very flexible. You can search based on subject or sender, recipient, the relay IP, that sort of thing. But coming up, you can make compound conditions similar to compound rules, so you can make conditions and combine them with and or. So this one, for example, is a search that looks for exe or SEO or BAT files, and the reason is X, that means and it was elder tagged because of the file name extension. Basically, this lets you search your logs for the Windows viruses. You can have as many conditions as you like in 2 levels of grouping. And the other nice thing about this is once you've made this search, you can give it a name and save it. And then later on you go back and you can call up the save search and rerun it. So that's pretty handy.
And then you can extend it to the periodic recall.
No, unless you use the API.
Yeah. Okay.
I should talk about the API. I have no slides on that.
Ah, yeah. Well, you don't have to do that.
Yeah. Okay, so earlier I talked about the URL proxying feature that wraps the URLs. So the anti-phishing email reply project that I mentioned earlier, they keep a list of compromised email accounts, but they also keep a list of phishing URLs. So URLs used in phishing emails. So we update this list once an hour, and the code that wraps the URLs will say, okay, this one's on the phishing list, so we're going to wrap it, even if it's in a safe domain or whatever. And when you click on the link, instead of getting the normal warning, you get a different warning. And this warning says, you clicked on a link that we think is a phishing site, so you can't go there. And we don't provide a way for them to go there. Another improvement that's done, these features, by the way, are done in our development version, they just haven't been released. A lot of people want to match credit card numbers in emails and either block them or do something special with them. But the problem is the credit card number is 16 digits basically, and maybe you can have a space or a dash after every group of 4. But the problem is you can get a lot of false positives that way, because a real credit card number is actually 15 digits plus a check digit that's calculated from the others. So we have a built-in module that actually matches only valid credit card numbers. It does the checksum calculation and it won't match if the checksum doesn't match. Same thing with Canadian social insurance numbers. That's sort of, it's like a national ID number that identifies you to the tax authorities. And American social security numbers, which again are like a national ID that's used by the tax authorities. American social security numbers are very annoying because they don't have any kind of checksum. So there's a potential for false positives there. The other annoying thing about American social security numbers is they can really be used to steal your identity. Like once you know somebody's social security number, you know, the government will give you all kinds of information on them. And then I had a question if there were any identifiers in Sweden that we should make rules for, and apparently there are, is what Tomas and Frederick told me. So we'll probably make a rule for that, so you can block messages containing those numbers.
People are actually using them quite a lot in Sweden, so blocking them, I think we get into trouble.
Blocking false ones. You meant implementing the checksum check for Swedish personnummer. To block mails with personnummer. Wasn't that the...
No,
No.
but if it's useful, you can it determine that, but whether it should block or
Yeah.
Yeah, and as I understood it, that you would block, because if you do that in Sweden, you would be in trouble.
Yeah. No, it doesn't have to be used for blocking.
Yeah, but it would be nice to know.
Yeah, and also later on I'll talk about a couple of add-on modules where this would be useful. So one of the things that happens after you've been running Canet for a little while, you end up with a whole lot of custom rules and compound rules that you've made in the past. And of course, because everybody here is a very hard-working system administrator, whenever you make a rule, you always put a comment explaining exactly why you did it. I mean, everybody does that, right? So the problem is, eventually you end up with dozens of rules and you really have no idea how well they're working, or if they're even being used anymore. So we don't yet have a very good solution to this. We do have a script that takes data from the logs and can show you how often the rules are hit. Right now only the site administrator can use it, but eventually this will be available in the web interface and I'll show you some other things. So this is a specific rule that we created on our hosting system. We created it on April 20th, so there were no hits on the 19th. And this shows how many hits the rule had on a daily basis. So if you run this analysis and you see the rule's no longer hitting, or it's only hitting very seldom, then you can delete it. There's no point in having a rule that doesn't do anything.
You were talking about maybe implementing some sort of auto-deletion.
Yeah, once we have this working, it would be nice to say, okay, when you create a rule, you can say, okay, if this rule is not hit for 30 consecutive days, just delete it. And then the system could keep track of that and delete unused rules. So another type of analysis that you can do with this tool is to look at the top hits. So the spam assassin rule HTML message is the most popular test of all. Next most popular is passing SPF. And if you get an SPF pass, that is a slight indicator of spam. Because spammers are more careful with their SPF records than non-spammers. And then a few more spam assassin rules, and then all the rest of the rules in that area there. So those features either exist or they're on their way to existing, and these ones do not exist at all. They're just thoughts. So SPF was invented by Google, I think, or Microsoft? Microsoft. And the idea here is you publish a special DNS record that says the following mail servers are permitted to send mail claiming to be from my domain. And anything else either probably shouldn't or definitely shouldn't be sending mail claiming to be me. You publish your policy. And this was designed to prevent people from spoofing mail, to pretending to be sending from Sunet.se when they're not really Sunet. So the problem with SPF is it doesn't actually protect the header. TV Sentinel, good job. Are most people here familiar with SPF? Okay, so you know that it only protects the envelope information, not the header. So the from header is completely unprotected by SPF. So if you want to pretend to send mail from Sunet, you can send the mail from your, some other domain, but in the from header you can put sunet.se, and the user will never see the envelope sender because mail clients hide that information, and they'll have no idea that the mail was spoofed. So SPF doesn't really work very well.
So I think that's what Microsoft added.
Microsoft added, yes, sender ID, where they actually protect the from header as well, and thereby breaking mailing lists. So, pick your poison. Most sites do not really check SPF anyway, so it's not that useful. Yahoo had a competing way of preventing spoofing called domain keys that eventually became DKIM. And the idea here is that when a message passes through your server, you sign the message. You sign the body and some of the headers.
I believe the name keys was only the headers.
Could be.
And the name keys is now including the body.
Yeah. The DKIM is including the body. It can include the body, it doesn't have to.
No.
Anyway, the idea is you sign the body and some of the headers, and you put in a header with the signature. So anybody who receives that message can validate the signature, and then they know, okay, this message passed through a server under the control of yahoo.com. The problem with, and in order to validate the signature, you need to know the public key, and that's just published with another DNS record. DKIM is probably better than SPF because it doesn't break forwarding, and it doesn't rely on saying which IPs are allowed to send on your behalf. You can just make whatever server you like send as long as it has your private key to do the signing. I think probably even fewer sites validate DKIM signatures than SPF. And definitely fewer email administrators would know how to set up DKIM for their domain. So the IETF people came up with a third round called DMARC. I forget what it stands for. Does anybody know? Anyway, the idea here is, because so many people get SPF and DKIM wrong, sites are very reluctant to reject mail that fails SPF or DKIM. So DMARC has another SPF, another DNS record that says, no, really, honestly, if it fails SPF, we really do want you to reject it. It also has a way for sites to report back failures. So if somebody suddenly starts spoofing Sunet mail, and the recipients are reporting back, so like Gmail reports back, for example. If somebody suddenly starts spoofing your domain and you're using DMARC, you'll get reports back saying, oh, we're seeing a lot of spoof mail from your domain. At which point, I don't know what you do. What can you do? I don't know. I guess just try to track down who's doing it, phone them up, I don't know. But at least you have information that somebody is spoofing your domain. So we don't have this in Canada yet, but it will come. It's not too much more, and then we can take a break. Another idea that we have is to automatically detect spam bots. So the idea here is to detect lots of similar messages to many different recipients coming from a lot of different IP addresses in a short time frame. So far it's just an idea, and the difficulty here is determining what's a similar message. Obviously, if the subject is the same, that's easy, that you can tell. But a lot of spammers change the subject. They'll have like a list of about 100 different subjects that all mean basically the same thing, but they're worded differently. So we're really just still at the thinking stage on this. So if anybody has any ideas, I'd love to hear them. Yep.
Doesn't Postfix has something similar, which is a lot about the timing and stuff to detect the bots?
I don't know.
I think they have done part of the
Yeah?
problem, so
Postfix, vanilla Postfix.
yes.
Are you sure?
Yeah, well, not that advanced, but there are various things where you can trigger the bot, so to say,
Okay.
do wrong stuff.
Please look it up.
Yeah, I would like to.
Prove your point.
It's not analyzing the subject, but there are
Just
various
behavior.
techniques with the behavior where you identify it as a bot.
Okay.
Outside.
Does it require a lot of sort of hand tuning to get it? Right.
So I will look it up.
Okay. Well, there you go. That might be useful. Slide is not quite sensitive. Thank you. Another idea that we have, which is quite tricky, is when an email comes in with a URL in it, actually fetch the URL content and analyze that as well. So you'll get a lot of drug spams that just have, hey, check this out, and a URL. So there's nothing much in the message to go by. But if we could look at the actual URL content and see, okay, they're selling Viagra or whatever, then it could be useful. But the problem is it's really tricky to do it safely. If an attacker wants to DOS some poor website, they can just send a whole lot of messages with that URL in it, and if we're not careful, Canon will hit that site over and over again. So one idea we had was, instead of actually fetching the URL content, on the Canon system, just send the URL to us, to our server, and we queue it up and crawl it periodically, and then we publish the analysis results so that we could use it. Yeah.
Sounds like it would break one-time URLs, like password reset URLs.
It will break badly implemented password reset URLs, yes. Most password reset URLs, the actual URL can be used multiple times because you usually have to press a button to actually get it to do anything. But that is a danger, for sure. Or URLs that use a GET request to actually do something. That's why it's tricky, one of the tricky things about it. So we do have an add-on component that I think Sunet is using for one or two customers? One customer. And this is an add-on component to archive message. So basically, anything that's not spam can be archived. So the message body is stored in the storage manager and we index it in the database so that you can quickly retrieve the message. We have some pretty simplified deduplication logic. So if the same message comes in on the same day for multiple streams, we just store one copy. You can enable or disable archiving on a per stream basis. And you can also make rules to tell whether or not a message should be archived. For example, on our system, we don't bother archiving messages from Cron. They're usually not that interesting down the road. And this is where those rules about the identifiers might actually be more useful. You might not want to archive something with a credit card number or this identity number. Maybe, it's up to you. If you're using Canet for outbound relaying, so outbound mail is archived in the stream of the sender, and inbound email is archived in the stream of the recipient, so that if Frederick logs into his archive, he can see all his outbound mail and all his inbound mail.
Do you have individual streams for outbound too?
No. But the archiver is special. It knows, okay, this one's outbound, then I shouldn't use the recipient stream, I should use the sender stream. And again, if people go looking in the archive, we audit that so you can see who's been reading the messages and when. This is really just to prevent abuse by system administrators who go in and read their users' private emails. We can't prevent that because they're system administrators, but at least it's audited. The other nice thing about archiving is if your backend mail server is down, you can actually go into the archive and read new mail that's been coming in, and you can even reply to them from the Canet web interface, just as an emergency feature. And another new add-on, this one's really new, is something that we call secure messaging. It's not secure yet, but we call it that. So the idea here is, especially in the United States, they have a lot of regulations about not sending personal information in the clear. So if you're a healthcare provider in the United States, you are not allowed to send people emails with like blood test results or anything like that, because that's personal medical information. So what happens is you make a rule that says whatever, if the body contains this or if the recipient is that. It's the same as a compound rule. You say if this rule hits, then please use secure delivery. So when the message goes out, we intercept it, we store it locally, and the recipient gets a message saying you have a secure message waiting for you. So the weak link is the first time you get one of these secure messages, you have to create an account. And so obviously anybody who can intercept the first message can read your mail. But once you've created the account, then it's relatively secure. Each time you get a message, you'll just get a link to it. You click on the link, you log in with the credentials that you created, and you can read the message over HTTPS. So nothing goes over the internet in the clear.
Except the first mail.
Except the first mail, that's the weak link. So, for future, we really want to have a better way to do this. So in the future, what we're going to want to do is have recipients upload their public keys to Canet. And if they don't have a public key pair, we'll have a way for them to generate one. In this way, the candidate will take the message, encrypt it using the public key of the recipient, and store it in the database. When the user goes to read the message, they'll download the encrypted version, and the decryption will happen in the browser. There's actually a JavaScript library that does PGP encryption and decryption. And this is really secure as long as it's the right public key. This is really secure. Nobody else can read the message other than the recipient. So that's far in the future, but we hope to get there. That's what I have for slides. So, any questions? Anything else you'd like me to cover, or do you want to?
Yeah, the API.
The API, okay. I can't demo it. So all of the interaction with Canon by end users and administrators is via the web interface. We also have an API that lets you do most of the things that you can do from the web interface. So for example, you can create rules using the API. It's a REST-based API. So you're familiar with REST?
We can give it short.
I'll give it a shot. Yeah. So the idea of REST is HTTP has a number of verbs, actions that you can do. So there's get, which retrieves something. There's post, that is typically used to submit a form. And then there are two less used messages. Put, which lets you put a resource onto the server, and delete, that lets you delete something off the server. So most web browsers only use get and post most of the time. But the way Canon API works, let's say you want to create a rule. You can say put, and then the URL, which is the realm, the stream, the type of rule, and the specific rule, like send. If you're making a sender rule, then you would have the sender email address. If you're making a domain rule, you would have the domain name. So you say put this URL, and then the action, accept, reject, whatever. And that's just the same as if you went in through the web interface and created a rule by hand. You can also do get, so you can say, show me all the rules for this stream, and it would come in through the API. So the wire protocol for the API is basically JSON. So you say, get me all the rules for this stream, you'll get a big JSON list with all the rules for that stream. Same thing for creating and deleting users. You can provision new domains with the API, pretty much anything. So we do supply 3 libraries for interacting with the API. One is in Perl, one is in Python, and one is in PHP. So if you have developers using any of those languages, they can do API calls. Oh, another thing you can do from the API, and I didn't even mention this, you can pull different reports. So you can say, show me the mail flow for the last few days, how much spam, non-spam, that sort of thing. So any of the reports that you can do through the web interface, you can also pull through the API, and then you can write it out to a spreadsheet or do whatever analysis you want. Yeah, that's the API.
Yeah, some customers use it. Do you use it now? Or no? Linköping use it to help the users to vote.
Okay.
To vote on spam, I see.
Okay.
So they send their spam to especially RTQ, and the RTQ there is some sort of backend script that processes the mail and use the candidate's header information to vote, hand vote.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. And we use it to
Okay. Yeah.
simplify the script.
We use it on our system to provision new realms. So on our system, when a customer signs up, they fill in a form which generates an email, and we process that email and their domain is set up.
No more questions? Okay. A short coffee break or something.
Maybe we can post the recording as well.
Yeah.
I think it means Swedish, or about lunch. Just nu är det vad heter det, värsta tiden. Sunet ska bjuda på lunch. Så jag tänkte, är det någon som har något emot pizza, pasta eller sallad, så tar vi och gör en beställning. Och så käkar then you have had any opinion on those? No? So it's up to David.
I think the URL proxy was interesting.
Not having used it yet. I thought that the relation of units, whether they are used or not, seems to be a good thing.
Yeah, that's something David from Linköping asked about for half a year ago or something like that. So we have been lagging about that. And then we have the looking forward, DMARC, automatic bot detection and inspection of URL content. Was that something we didn't have any opinion on that? Or no?
All sounds interesting.
Yeah. I buy one of those too. And no other general question that you thought of after this presentation?
I'm interested in some specific thing for the Sunet setup, but that hasn't so much to do with David. But
Yeah, because what we're going to start soon is sort of a walkthrough of the interesting menus and features, and have a look in both Roaring Penguin's hosted solution and their corporate mechanics, and partly look in the Sunet Sunet. But in Sunet there aren't that many special features in the base. Well, Linköping has done a lot of work, so maybe we just jump into the realm and have a look. But yeah, we only have changed some details, but not so much.
But for example, I was a bit surprised that mails that are not actually quarantined are still found in the quarantine. That kind of, isn't that a specific?
No,
No,
it's
okay,
it's a feature in Sunet that you do want to see the tag emails, because that will make it easier for users to vote if they log into the system.
Okay.
Instead of looking at specific headers, or I mean the easiest way is obviously how Linköping does it, that you just send the spam mails to R2 and they process it for you and do the voting for you.
But I think you need a header as well,
Yeah,
and that's the
Oh,
hard part for the end user.
I don't know exactly how Linköping's routine looks, if they said that we have to include the mail as an attachment in some way.
I think we just
The hard part is to learn the users to get the header out of Outlook. That is the hard part.
No, but if you just drag and drop the spam mail into an email and send it off, you get everything.
not gonna have the information.
They have their information, yes, because it's in the attachment.
Yeah,
Because
if
you
you
attach
yeah.
the whole email, so it's in there.
That's good to know. We can tell our customers that.
Yes, and you are fully correct. That's, you cannot supposed to get any user to find the header information in Outlook.
No, I cannot find it.
It's possible, but you can't get any other user to do
So
it.
don't use Outlook.
Good thinking.
So, yes, should we continue or?
Share the screen.
And now you have to be more interactive.
Okay. So this, I went into my email and I found a message that had a URL that was wrapped. And this is the default template. So it shows you the original link, shows you the name of the server, because sometimes it's hard to find that. And it does geolocation on that server, so it shows it's in the United States. And then this is the default warning message that we give. And so then if users agree, they just click here and they go to the original site. So you can change this, you can change this whole template. All of this is just a template. So you can definitely change the message, you can change this table however you like. So just wanted to show you what it looked like. Okay, so maybe I'll start on the, I'm so used to Linux. This is the Sunet installation. So should I just go through the settings first? Okay.
Do you have any preference, something you want to see, or should we just take menu after menu?
Just go through it in order, I think.
Yeah. So the first thing I'll show you is up here, it shows that I'm logged in as admin. And I'm viewing the screen default. So that's hard to see. And the realm is base.
Maybe you can press the light on it.
So this tells you what realm you're in and what screen you're in. So if I go to preferences, quarantine settings, this is a huge page with millions of different settings. So I'll just go through the main ones. So the first group of settings are the filter settings. So this one, automatically reject messages scoring more than, so Sunet has it set to 10. That means if we do the spam analysis and the score is more than 10 points, we just reject the message outright. The user doesn't see it. However, an incident is created. And so what an incident is a piece of the message goes into the quarantine so that you can go in and look at what happened. This threshold here rejects messages without even creating an incident, and the threshold is very high here. So basically, what Sunet does is anything scoring more than 10 points by default is rejected, but it creates an incident. So if it got it wrong, you can go in and vote it down and it's not spam. The next threshold is the spam threshold. So anything scoring 5 points or more is tagged as spam. Anything scoring under 5 points is considered spam, and it just gets let through. These numbers come from Spam Assassin. Spam Assassin rules are designed so that 5 is the optimum point for considering something to be spam. So we just inherited that from Spam Assassin. If you want to eliminate, if you want to limit the maximum message size that somebody can receive, you can set a limit here. So Sunet does not set a limit here, but if you know, for example, that your backend mail server will reject anything bigger than 20 megabytes, you can put the limit here. And that way, if the sender goes mail from and the sender address, and if they're using ESMTP, they can put the size right in the mail from line. That lets us reject it right there instead of accepting it and trying to relay it. Reject mail from domains with bogus MX records. So a number of spammers use a domain whose MX record is the loopback address because they really don't want to get failure notifications. They don't want to hear from you. So they'll publish the MX record as the loopback address, and you should never accept mail from such a domain. Some spammers publish private IP addresses like 10. whatever or 192.168 as their MX records. you probably don't want to accept mail from those domains either. However, some system administrators who don't know any better will have a number of MX records, and some of them will be in the private IP address space. So if you need to accept mail from such a domain, you can just set this to loopback instead of all those. Oh yeah, and some some domains use a multicast IP address for their MX record, and that's not good either. The next one is all not relevant unless you're using a quarantine. And then this is the what to do with a message containing a virus. And so your options are reject, which means the sender gets a 500 SMTP failure code. Discard is similar, except we pretend to accept the message and then just throw it away. Hold means we put it in the quarantine, or if you're not using a quarantine, we tag it. And accept means we just allow it through. So all of these settings, by the way, are per stream. So if you have a security email address and you wish to receive viruses, you can change this to accept, and then you'll receive everything.
So you can override the maximum limit of the attachments or something like that?
To some extent. Now there is a send mail configuration that applies site-wide. So the maximum message size is basically the minimum of whatever you put in here and whatever Sunet has put as the global limit. So if Sunet says 50 megabytes is the limit and you put 100 megabytes here, it's going to be 50 megabytes. So that's the first group of settings. How do I scroll down in this right?
2 fingers.
Two fingers. Oh, there's the The next group of settings is used to control what to do in various situations of senders and recipients. So I talked earlier about recipient verification. It needs to know if an email address is valid. So if you can't use LDAP and you can't use any other technique, what you can do is say only accept mail for accounts in the valid recipients table. You set this to yes, and there's another page in the web interface where you list all your accounts. This should probably always be no for Sunet. Some of our customers resell the service and they charge based on the number of email addresses, so they want to limit how many valid recipients you have. So if you buy the service for 25 users, they only let you put 25 entries in the valid recipients table. If you want more, you have to pay more. Again, that's not relevant to you. If you need to spy on a user, you get a court order saying we want a copy of all this user's email. You can add an email address here, and then basically any email coming into the stream is BCC'd to that address. Depending on the country, it may be illegal to do that, so it's up to you to figure out the policy. This next setting is used where if you want to be really aggressive, you can list all of your correspondence, all the people you email, and you can tag anything that's coming from anybody else. So if it's not a known sender, tag it or quarantine it. Again, not very useful. And the next group of 4 settings are actually quite useful. Many times people will whitelist senders or domains, which is good, but if somebody fakes that address, you might not want the whitelist to apply. So by default, if there's an SPF fail or soft fail, Canet will ignore a sender whitelist. So let's say I whitelist Kataya@nordu.net. Okay? So I whitelist Frederick. If somebody fakes mail from Frederick, but they're not using, but it fails SPF, Canet will ignore the whitelist and it will just treat it as a normal sender and run all the spam scanning. Unfortunately, a lot of domains get SPF wrong, and we have angry customers saying, I whitelisted this guy, but it got caught, why? And then we have to explain to them, and they say, you know what, I don't care, I don't want to know about all this stuff, just let it through. So we say, okay, set these to no, and then you'll get all the spam you want. You can actually do it on a more fine-grained basis. You can do it on a per domain basis as well. So if you know a particular domain has broken SPF, you can let mail for that domain be whitelisted. I'll explain that later on. Next group of settings controls how things are tagged. So this basically chooses between tagging or quarantining. So by default on Sunet it's tagged. You don't put anything in the subject when you tag a message?
No.
Okay.
That's up to the customers if they want to leave out the subject.
Okay, so the kind of default. This is our hosted service.
Two fingers.
The kind of default is to tag the subject with spam and a bunch of stars on the score. So if that's how you want it, that's what you would put in that setting. I'm gonna skip 1500 because it's not relevant to Sunet. It's only if you're using the quarantine.
Is it possible to use the character? Or is it turned off?
By default, it's turned off, but if you have it as a requirement, you can turn it off. That's up to you as a realm administrator.
And nobody uses it?
Not here, but there is one customer, the one customer, Kristianstad, that uses the archiving. They also use the quarantine because their old anti-spam products have those features. So they want to, the users were already trained to have a quarantine and so on.
Right. This S1505, you can add a custom header with whatever different pieces of information you want. So it looks like Sunet is putting in the passive OS fingerprint information. There are different little tags that you can substitute. So it'll put in the OS name, the OS version, and then the type. Normally when we tag a message, we don't create an incident in the quarantine, we just tag it and let it through, but Sunet creates incidents, so you will have a spam area in the quarantine that lists all your tagged messages.
That's what you also
Yeah.
Yeah. And the reason is it lets you see the report, so you can see exactly why something was held. I'll show you a report later on. The next couple of settings control gray listing. So do you want to use gray listing, yes or no? And you can impose a minimum retry time. So the default is 0, so they can retry as quickly as they like. But you can impose a delay of up to 2 hours before you'll let them pass gray listing. Okay, auto whitelist. So if you are using Kennet for inbound and for outbound mail, what you can do is you can auto whitelist based on outbound mail. So let's say you send email out to somebody, Kennet will see that outgoing email and it can whitelist the recipient in your stream. So if Frederick sends to me and auto whitelisting is on, it will whitelist me in Frederick's stream so that when I reply, he'll get the reply. So you can enable or not, it's up to you. And these whitelist entries expire after 180 days. So after 6 months, it will expire that whitelist entry. This next section, boilerplate, this is really meant for outbound mail. It's meant for people who want to add disclaimers or other useless things onto the end of the message. So if you do want to add a disclaimer, you can put plain text here and HTML here, and this will get added to any text plain part of the outbound mail, and this will be added to the HTML mail just before the closing of the body tag.
Are you as smart with this as the writing? So if it's signed, you do it anyway?
If it's signed, we never touch a signed message, ever. And obviously, if it looks like it's signed, we never touch it. That's what I really mean. And the final group of settings is controlling Bayesian analysis. So do you want to use Bayes, yes or no? You'd always want to use Bayes, press me. Do you want to enable training, yes or no? So here's where you could, on a per user basis, turn this off. Like if you have a user or a group of users that you know you don't trust their decisions, you can turn off training. So they'll use Bayes, but they won't be able to train it. This one I'll explain. Inherit Bayes training from these streams. So this, can it always use statistics from your own stream? So we keep statistics on a per stream basis, and those always get used. This thing says also use RPTN data, that's our central database. And also use the Bayes from all the parent streams. So they'll use my Bayes data, the data from the default stream in my realm, and the data from the default stream in all the realms up to the top of the tree. And it will also use the central database. So all of those statistics are used. Okay. Do we want to get into this much detail, or maybe? Okay. This is more or less, I would say, experimental or controversial, because we've had good and bad results with this. The idea here is, when you first start using Canet, you have no Bayes training at all, because you haven't voted on anything. So most of your Bayes data comes from RPTN. Eventually, as you've trained enough messages, you might want to start using your data only. So this setting says once I have enough Bayes data, and I'll explain what enough means later on, don't bother using statistics from the central database. So the way it works is we look at all the tokens and we take the counts from our local data. If the counts are high enough for that token, we don't even look at the parents or the RPTN data. We stop. So gradually, Canet starts using more and more of your training and less of the central training. So the idea is it should adapt more quickly to your mail than, just using the central data that everybody votes on. I don't know if it actually makes it better. I've had people say, yes, it really helped, and I've had other people say, oh, it made it worse, we had to turn it off and use the central data. I think it depends on how good you are at voting and how accurate you are. So let's say a message comes through that was spam. So there's no incident or anything. How do you tell Canet that it was spam? So one option is to add links at the bottom of each message. So we would use this. And then the user would just click on the link, say this is spam or this is not spam. We use that on our installation, but a lot of people don't like that, so they turn it off. So the other place where we can add training links is in the headers, right here, which hardly anybody sees because Outlook and in fact most email clients hide those headers. But if you really need to vote, you can reveal those headers and vote. This setting says if an email comes in that looks like it has Canet training links in it from before, remove them. So if people forward messages back and forth, this removes all the links. Again, if the message is signed, we don't touch it. next three are just really tweaks to the training. So initially, we train based on everything that comes in. So if something comes in and we think it's spam, we train it. If we think it's ham, we train it. Once we've had enough training, we stop. We only train basically when a user says this is spam or this is ham. So that means, that's what this means. Only train on error once we've trained up 500,000 messages, we stop the auto training and we only use handbooks. This is such a high number that on Sunet it basically means everything gets trained. The next two settings control auto training. So any message scoring 0 points or lower, it is possible to have negative scores. This automatically learned as non-spam. And anything scoring 10 or higher, we automatically learn it as spam. Anything in between, we don't auto-learn because it's not clear-cut enough to justify updating days. The final setting is whether or not to allow unauthenticated voting. So if you put links in the messages and the user wishes to train it as spam or not spam, they click on the link. Because this is set to no, they'll actually have to log in. They'll have to authenticate. As a convenience, you can set it to yes, and then the training will just happen without the user authenticating.
Is that possible to set per user or?
It's possible to set per screen, yes. All of these settings are per screen.
Can you lock a setting so you can't change it per screen?
Oh yes, that's under permissions, which is like a whole day, 2-day session on its own.
Yeah.
But I think permissions is something we want to cover.
Yeah, for sure.
It's pretty complicated.
It's horribly complicated. The whole reason that it's complicated, I'm going to blame Surfnet in the Netherlands. They had a very complicated permissions requirement, so it had to fit their requirement. It's pretty cool, but it is complicated. Okay. That's it for quarantine settings, so let me go to the this is kind of messy. There are many different kinds of rules that you can make. Let me go through it actually.
And when you say you mean end user can do this that you showed us.
Yes, if you give them permission.
And that's the default. They have for their own script.
For their own, yes.
So it's rather scary memory, I see.
Yeah.
It's not as big as this one.
No, yeah.
Yeah, a lot
but
of
it, but it is big.
So you can make rules for different senders. So here are my rules. This is my daughter. I made the rule. That's the who column. Always allow. I put it to when she graduates from university. So, and a comment. So you know why it was made. So I can filter. You can.
Why do you need to whitelist her?
Why do I need to whitelist her? I don't want to take any chances. You can also hold certain addresses. So you can also just auto reject them. So I haven't always been very good about putting in comments. And here's the audit trail in action, so you can see. So here, I sent an email to the people at Switch, that's in Switzerland, so it was auto whitelisted. And then some of my older auto whitelists were expired, so you can see all of the changes to the sender rules. Okay. Domain rules are very similar, except they apply to an entire domain. You can make network rules, which you probably should turn off for end users, don't let them use this. So I've whitelisted some of our internal machines, you can do net block. So this is a /28.
Yeah, it's cool.
And countries. So here I add a few points for countries that I don't often get valid mail from. Again, everything here is per stream. If you make it in the default stream, people inherit it. There's a really dangerous MIME type called message partial. I have no idea why the IETF came up with this MIME type, because it's just deadly. This lets you split up a message into multiple parts, and each part has a separate email, and then the server combines them. It's like fragmentation at the application level. And this is a really good way for viruses to get in, because you send small parts, so nothing has the whole signature, and then the email server combines it. I don't actually know anybody who uses this MIME type, but it's okay to block it. There was some weird spam software that sent a type of plain /text instead of text/plain. So,
The partial is completely discarded by most email servers, especially Exchange.
I would think so.
So there is really no reason.
Yeah, there's no reason to accept it, I think.
I think it was implemented for a way to actually send larger messages,
Yeah.
but it's more or less prehistoric now.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it gets around message size limits.
Yeah.
File name extensions, well, actually, let's go to hosted for that. These are the file name extensions we have on our hosted service, so we reject those for, and we saw a really weird virus that used just .z. It had a zip file that ended in .z, which I've never seen before, so we reject that as well. Custom rules. Custom rules let you make simple rules based on sort of subject or header or whatever. So for example, I have a custom rule where it says subject matches a regular expression, your, and a character's site, add 5 points. And this catches spams that say, let me redo your website or optimize your website or something like that. So you can make a rule based on the subject, the sender, recipient, the hello. So a lot of times a spam server will use your server name in the hello. They'll say, hello, I'm mail.roaringpenguin.com. Well, no, you're not, because I am. So, and so these are the various fields. And you can have different relationships in the data and the score. You can have negative scores. So here, for example, I'm on a mailing list that tags everything with PGSQL. So I subtract 2 points for that. Normally, end users can create custom rules. Compound rules are much more sophisticated, and normally only the administrator can create these because these are a lot trickier. And this is where you create these rules with multiple conditions. So I'm on a Spam Assassin mailing list. So I've made a rule that says if the envelope sender ends with that, and the sending relay hostname ends with that, knock off a point. This is just to try to help the list traffic get through. This was a strange spam where it was like small messages with particular two header that had 5 or more senders, and it was from Yahoo. So here you can see an example of groups of conditions. So this has to be true, and this or this has to be true, and the site has to be right. So here I add a point if it's from Windows XP. Here I add points if the subject or the body contains Chinese or Japanese. And here I add some points if it contains Cyrillic. So I'll show you how the rule builder works. Click here. I get the current rule. So if I press delete, it deletes the most recent condition. Add it back in. So add just adds it to the last group, but add as a new group adds it as a new group, so it's grouped separately. Normally and, just like in programming, and binds tighter than or. So you have A and B or C and D, then it's, the parentheses are around the ands. But by grouping it this way, I make this or be evaluated as one condition, and then the other two as separate conditions. Any questions about that? You just have to play with this to get a feel for it. We can make use of RBLs. So these 5 are our own internal RBLs, and these I think are the recommended defaults. So if it's on the spam source list, we add 4.2 points, and we also impose a 30-minute gray list delay. If it's on the good list, we knock off 0.1 points. And here on our own personal web server, we use a spam house list. So this is where you set up the RBL rules. I would not let end users touch this. This should just be restricted to admins. Here are SPF rules. So what you can do is you can set defaults. So by default, we add 5 points for fail and 3 for soft fail. But for certain domains, especially ones that are commonly phished, like this is my bank, we add more points for an SPF fail. Now, if you have a domain that has bad SPF, I was talking about how we had more whitelists if the SPF fails. If you have a bad domain, so example, .org, you just add 0 to everything. What happens here is if mail comes in from example.org, first of all, we don't add any points no matter what the SPF is. Secondly, because everything's 0, we honor whitelists in that domain no matter what the SPF result is. So that's how you can work around domains with bad SPF, bad SPF. And DKIM is pretty similar. We actually don't do anything by default for DKIM. You know, the fact that something is DKIM signed from Yahoo doesn't say a whole lot about if it's spam or not. But we do subtract a couple of points for our own domain and add some points for our own domain on the fail. Plugins right now is only, remember I was talking about the known compromised address list? So if somebody's on the phishing address list, we add 10 points, but if you want, you can just reject it. Or if you don't want to use that list, you can ignore it. Bayes settings. When you run a message through Bayes, it comes up with a number between 0 and 1, which is the probability that the message is spam. So what we do here is we add 2 points for something that's 70% likely to be spam, 5 for 80%, and 10 for 99%. These are not the defaults. I think the defaults are 2, 4, and 5. Yeah. And then this also just shows you how much training there is. So in the default stream on our corporate mail server, I've trained about 20,000 spam and 6,700 PAM. Our RPTN database is a lot bigger. That's the central one we maintain, is about 3.5 million of each. Blacklisted recipients you will never use. use, but for a small company, if somebody leaves the company, they can put the email address of the person here and then they can never receive mail. And then valid recipients, again, that's something you would never use, but if you don't have a way to validate recipients, you just list them all here. So this is an emergency feature that only administrators can use. Let's say somebody fakes mail from one of your users and they send a spam run with like 1 million messages all faked coming from one of your users. Your user will probably get hundreds of thousands of failure notifications because spammers don't have clean lists. So on an emergency basis, you can actually block delivery status notifications for a whole domain for a small amount of time. So if I wanted to do it, I would put my domain here. Put in an expiry date here, and a comment. And so all delivery status notifications, even the good ones, will be thrown away. That's why it's only meant for use in emergency.
I don't have that problem.
It's probably turned on. Oh, it's a feature that has to be enabled. By default, we don't even enable that feature because we consider it to be too dangerous.
Do you want it?
In our emergency.
I'll skip vote for now. So score overrides. This basically, you put in the name of a spam assassin tool, and you override it. If you want to put an expiry date, you can. In a comment. And everybody in that stream gets that score. These are inherited as well, so if you change the score in the default stream, it changes it for everybody else. The URL proxy settings, this is what I was talking about earlier. So by default, that's the asterisk. We do actually change the URL, but for these domains, these are sort of the common ones that we see in our email that are probably valid. We don't rewrite them. So for example, my electricity bill comes as a link. I don't want that rewritten, so I turn it off. If you want to go the other way, if you only want to do selected domains, you would set the default to no, and then your list of bad domains you would turn off. That's how you change the policy. Pretty simple. I don't think you have attachment scripting. Oh, you do. This, somebody asked for this feature, I forget who, but I don't know anybody who actually uses it. The idea here is, rather than blocking EXEs, you can put in a pattern here and say strip and store on server. So what happens is the attachment is stripped out of the mail and replaced with a link, and then the user can retrieve it by clicking on the link. If you say require approval, then only the Canon administrator, the Realm administrator, can download the attachment. The user can. Now you don't have locked addresses on Sunet because it's not set up. I have 163 of them. So this is the one that my data center uses. And you can see the whole history. It was originally locked to blackiron.data.com. That's the name of the data center, and then another company bought them, so it started getting all these violations. You know, I created it on January 24th. It was locked 20 minutes later, and then I got a violation because the new company bought them. Rogers, yeah. It's like one of the biggest ISPs in Canada. And rate limiting. That would actually be more useful to show you in the hosted service. So this is on our hosted service. These are the default rate limit rules that we use. So any random sender, we limit to 250 recipients per hour. If they violate that, we quarantine everything. And the rule that quarantines them stays active for 3 days and then it's automatically deleted. For IP addresses, we allow 1,000 per IP address. So we do have some users who require higher limits. So for example, we have an organization for Native Canadians that sends out a lot of press releases. So these two senders are allowed to send up to 1,000 users per hour. This domain is an electric company in the United States and they send out electricity bills once a month. So their IP address is allowed to send up to 2,000 per hour. So your various, this one, Pinetel, is the ISP with users that keep getting phished every 3 months. So we actually give them a lower limit, 100 instead of 250. So you can see you can make it pretty fine-grained how you want to do the rate limiting. So that's everything under rules. I'll show you some reports. So summary of mail per day. I'm also going to do it on posted, but it's slowly because we do it online. So on our server, we don't do a whole lot of mail. We do like 1,500 messages per day, usually. Those are weekends. So it just shows you the various classifications: quarantine, non-spam, host whitelisted, domain whitelisted, purple stuff is spam, there's little viruses. So all of this data is summarized in a table, and you can pull it in CSV if you want to pull it into a spreadsheet.
Yeah, we actually, Dennis reminded me that we use the API to export it on the stats. Sunet, that's the page.
Sorry. Another thing you can look at is the top viruses, for example. We don't actually get very many viruses on our corporate mail server, but sources plus the others. So there's a little trick that you can use, which is kind of an Easter egg. If you add a magic parameter to the URL, instead of getting the report, you get the code that you need to write for the API to get that very same report in Perl, but you can easily translate that to PHP or whatever. Another thing you can do is make periodic reports. So you can select a number of different reports and tell Canet to send it to you on a monthly or weekly basis. And so it generates a PDF of exactly what you saw there and sends it to you. And it also attaches a CSV file so you can bring it into a spreadsheet. So this is the mail traffic on our hosted system. Is a little busier than our corporate system. So here is like, we're doing about 3.8 million per day. We had about 1 million quarantined, that sort of thing. And there you can really see weekends. Something that's not visible to anybody but the actual site administrator, but it's cool anyway, so I'll show it as the load report. It doesn't work in Safari. Yeah, it's slow. So it shows you how long it takes to scan a message in milliseconds. So you can see the load fluctuation on the servers. Any questions about report?
Possibly a stupid question, but can you see reports on how many rules are created, that sort of thing,
No. I mean, no.
by users?
You can't see a report on that, but you could, for example, go into the custom rule, let's say, and click on show changes, and you'll see all the changes. So this is the great cleanup that I did. When I checked how effective rules were, I deleted a whole lot, so you can see in the audit trail. But there's no sort of convenient way to pull that out as a report.
Or changes that sysadmins make to settings, can you see that in some sort of diff?
Yes. So, for example, if I go to Preferences, Quarantine Settings, Show Changes, it shows you. Now, you have to know how to read that, but the information is there. And you can pull this out through the API. The API does have an interface to the audit trail, so you can pull it out.
Cool.
Okay, that's reports pretty much covered. I'll show you the gray listing report because that's quite fun. So it shows you the worst gray listed domains, and then if you click on the particular domain, it shows you the message subject and the IP address. So you can see these are probably all spam. They're coming from IP addresses all over the world.
You can run some reports and see.
Oh, sure. Let's look at the daily mail.
I think this one we actually publish. Through the API, it's put through the stats page.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably gonna take a little while. reports that are of interest. Oh, I'll show you one that's quite good. You can look at the number. The number of email addresses. So this shows the number of users over time on our hosted system is pretty stable. The blue lines are the number of email addresses that we've seen, and these lines are the number of streams. So the difference is aliases. So that lets you track how many people are using your system over time. Here's Sunet's report. So almost nothing quarantine because hardly anybody's using the quarantine, right?
Yes.
And then spam is anything that was tagged. A little bit from bogus MX. You can restrict the report to show only certain things. You can look at bytes instead of messages. Any questions so far about reports? And we've done rules. So maybe preferences. So the preferences page is just a bunch of miscellaneous things like how many entries to display per page. So when you page through rules, you can see 30 at a time or 50 or whatever. The date format, dash day or day dash month. You can change your home page. So any one of these can be set to be your home page. So when you log into Tenet, you can go to that page. A lot of these are irrelevant. Some old browsers didn't support PNG images, but that's like a historical relic now. You can make your quarantine a little bit more compact than the normal. And then you can turn on or off various columns in the display. So, show or this is what the quarantine display normally looks like on our server. So we have the date, the subject, the sender, and here's a little thing saying SPF path. Who the recipient was, the IP address and host name of the relay and the country, the score, and what the status is. So this is pending. If you're not sure if something is spam, down a little bit. You can click on the message subject. Here's one that had SPF soft there, so it's yellow instead of green. You can click on the subject, and it shows you the message. You can click on incident details, and it shows you exactly what happened. So we have the incident ID, who was from, and the subject, that sort of thing. The history, so when it was opened and when it was put in the database, and then the analysis. So here you can see all the information you know about the message. So the setting relay appears to run Linux. That's from passive OS fingerprinting. Looks like it was just an Ethernet connection. These are the spam assassin rules that hit. It was on our spam list, so we added 4.2. And these are the base hits. So you can see some word pairs, and then the likelihood in parentheses, and then the combined probability of 10 things.
How does the quarantine work? Does it just fill up or?
Well, it fills up. until it expires, and the administrator chooses how many days to keep mail for. The default is 45 days. The default on Sunet, assuming you're using the quarantine, is 45 days. Okay, so we expire a message out of the quarantine after 45 days if you don't do anything. If you mark it as spam or non-spam, then it expired after 5 days. That's what those settings mean. You'll notice that the SendMail QID is a link. If you click this, you see the mail logs. So you can see it came in, it was pending, you sent a temp fill to the sending server. And if you like, you can say, I want explanations for those log lines. And it shows you what each log line means, so that administrators who are reading SendMail logs can at least try to understand what happened. And if you need to send the logs somewhere, like if you need to send them to us, you can get just the raw log lines that you can copy and paste into an email. So that's pretty much the quarantine. You can search the quarantine as well. Any questions about that?
The quarantine, can you resend the message to someone else, the original recipient?
Yes, I think you can. Let me check. I only wrote the code. I don't know the answer to that. No, you can't. You can only release it to the original recipient. Any other questions?
Can you, so to say, steal emails? Certain sender sends something, it will be, so to say, no matter what, always redirected to another mailbox. And that is something you should do after you have passed
Yeah.
your filter.
That's not something Kenneth can do, no.
Only copy.
It can copy, it can BCC it to another mailbox, but it will still go to the original recipient. Okay. Let's see what else. Yeah, I'll show you some of the setup menus. So the menu is a little bit disorganized, but the idea is that setup is something you do occasionally, like once. Just when you set up a new domain, and administration is something you might do on a day-to-day basis. So here I'll show you verification service, which we do not use. But let's say so here what I'm telling the system is if mail comes in for somebody at roaringpenguin.com, in order to check if that address exists, just run a tiny little SMTP session against backend.roaringpenguin.com. Now if this backend server is unavailable, like it's not on the internet or it's not responding, normally we just temp fail. So we say, sorry, we don't know if this user exists, try again later. But what you can do is we keep a cache of all the valid recipients for a few days. So if you set it to queue seen addresses, that means if the backend server is unreachable, but we have actually seen that address as valid in the last few days, we'll accept it. So that just helps Canon to queue if the backend server is down.
And then you can fail it.
Sorry?
If you haven't seen it.
If we haven't seen it, we can fail it.
Yeah.
You can actually queue all addresses, which queues everything if the backend server is down, but that's dangerous because it could result in backscatter, so we don't recommend using that.
Q in this case, it means put it in the main header.
Yeah.
Så. Ja, precis. Pastasallad, vem var det som beställde det? Vad vill du ha till den? Kyckling eller? Ja. Hallå?
I'm just trying to decide what I need to show, because a lot of this is only
The
available.
verification service,
Yeah.
it checks every night if you get a warning message or something.
Anomaly
Yeah.
detection, yeah.
But not on the asterisk mark, the default verification service, or not?
Well, no, you will get the warning. If it looks like Kenneth will accept mail for non-existent recipients, it does warn you.
Oh, even on the default.
Yeah.
You will.
Because when I deleted all my specific domains and just used the asterisk mark default for everything, then I thought it stopped the anomaly checking for it.
It didn't stop the checking,
Okay.
but it just actually
It
was
just started
working.
to work. Oh.
Yeah. It means you fixed it.
If you have that problem that your mail server accepts anything, you will get a nightmail every day.
You'll get mad, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the anomaly detection. So, I'll show you what we're talking about here, might as well. Kenneth looks for misconfigurations and it warns realm administrators once a night if it thinks there's something wrong. So in our hosted system, there are millions of anomalies because our customers just don't care. Is that one being recorded too?
Yeah, of course.
So a lot of the times, it's just weird problems like timeouts checking the verification server or the backend server timed out. But sometimes it's invalid recipients seem to be accepted, so please go here to fix it. And then there's a whole explanation of why you should fix it. I'll show you templates next. So on a per realm basis, you can change a number of things. So the base URL of the Canon installation, whenever we generate a link, we always use this as a base URL. You probably shouldn't change that. Email address of the Canon system administrator, that's me. And then you can actually change what Canon replies to a mail server in different situations. So let's say we reject a message. The normal message is message rejected because of unacceptable content. But we've customized ours to include our phone number. So ours says, for help, please call our phone number and quote incident ID, whatever. So that, you know, on the 0.1% chance that somebody actually understands the failure notification, they can get in touch with us. Actually reads it and understands.
Anyone actually called?
Yes.
Okay.
We've had a couple of people call in the last 10 years.
Same guy. Nice.
And then you can, if you want to put voting links in the body, this template shows how they're set, so you can like localize it into Swedish if you want. So many different things are templatable.
Speaking of voting links, I mean, we have talked about the Outlook type. So what do you think about including it in the body? Is it ugly?
I can show you what it looks like.
Is it a viable workaround?
From that up to ourselves, can't we ask
Yeah,
it for
yeah,
our
it's
own-
up to you.
I mean, for
I'm just
your own
asking
side.
you if that's something you could consider to get easier voting.
In the body of the message.
Yes.
I don't like it.
No.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
What's the alternative?
The alternative is that you don't get it.
Yeah, they are in the header, but you never see them. You can,
So, but the output plugin, the only thing it has to do is to
Convert the URLs to buttons.
yeah.
yes, exactly. So I mean,
But somebody has to plug them.
yes.
But how important is it for end users to actually work
For the base training to get better.
Pretty helpful.
It's something
It's very important to make the users feel useful.
To feel like they're
Actually,
feeling bad.
It's like the button with the red lights outside. It's in the streets.
But there were some cases where the system ignores what the user votes. Do they still
Up
get
to
the
you.
email?
up to you.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah.
This is what they look like in by default in a plain text mail. They look pretty ugly. In HTML mail, they're a little bit nicer. It just says spam, not spam, or forget vote, and those are hyperlinks.
it would probably be easier to hack the HTML on the web on the Exchange webmail server where you have the that shouldn't be
Yeah, if you
That's
can pull the
hard.
links out of the headers
yeah.
and put it in Outlook like that.
Probably some of them you're already modifying it somewhere. So that would probably be easier.
You need to,
Easier than a plan.
Yeah. but you need to ask a Microsoft programming expert.
No, I think we are already hacking the HTML and the Exchange webmail site or some other features.
Oh,
So what I will redirect to the person.
but if it's simple to extract some line headers, just make some sort of extra buttons or something like that.
That's a good way to do it. So we use Squirrel Mail. I bet I could hack it. Something like that.
I don't think any universities use Square. I mean, that,
What do you use?
what we use,
For when?
we don't have that. Or yeah, some of us uses Kerio, which is exchange on the cheaper and more dumb.
How come Microsoft countries
Because they
infected the...
Because they have a calendar,
They have a
end
calendar.
of discussion.
Yeah.
No, working calendar.
Yes.
Yes. Easy to use. So anyway, back to the templates page where you can customize things. You can put different tags in that get replaced. So remember I showed you the URL proxy warning? That's just, you can set it to whatever you want. So this is the HTML code. You can customize it.
Yeah, what about how many of you actually let the users in or say that the user should log in and train, etc.?
Log in and
Use the web interface. you do. And they are happy with English, or would it be helpful to make it in Swedish?
We have an international profile.
Yeah.
English is fine.
Yeah.
I don't think the language is
No.
to go onto a new website and do to get the heading and do all
Yeah.
follow the instructions for like a spelling and the middle of other work.
Yeah.
It's hard to get them to look through that and
Have to try.
yeah, at the time so that.
So adding the links at the bottom might help that, as long as they don't object to links.
What does the actual voting page look like?
Oh. Oh, okay.
Like if you click one of the links.
Yeah, let me go to my mailbox and do that.
Tweets are
Do this
good.
thing. That's our CRM tool. I went to the wrong site. So if I go to that Amazon order that I ordered, if I click on not spam, looks like this. Make that bigger.
Quite a lot of other stuff on the page for users that probably would be confused by it.
Well, that's because I'm logged in,
Oh.
and also I'm the admin, so I see everything. An end user would only see the menu items that you allow them to see.
But maybe if we don't want to let them log into the interface like and make changes to anything at all, is it possible to have a more simple
That's
just
where
thank you
the
for voting?
permission comes in.
Okay.
So I think our lunch is more or less ready. So I'll go and fetch that. Maybe it's time for a break.
Okay.
Do you have anything left? Because I think jumping in and looking at how the permissions work will require that you.
Maybe alcohol too. It's the one thing that's clearer after a few drinks.
Det kan ju vara. Låg mig lite på nästa plats. Om det är
Han vet om det finns.
Yeah, you have some other things like global settings and groups. I don't know, is it useful? Groups? What does it do?
It's not really useful, but it lets you assign permissions to the group.
Ah,
The user numbers are high. You want to start the meeting or is that already?
yeah, it's already started, so
Okay, so why don't we just jump into permissions?
okay. Global settings for you. I don't remember.
Global settings only you can change anyway,
okay.
so.
So it's yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to talk about permissions now. That's a way to disable parts of the interface for different users. So before I show you how to set permissions, I'll show you what it looks like. This user, Rose, is my sister. I host her email. But I don't want her to have access to certain things, so I'm going to become her. This is like the SU So this is what she sees. She sees home. She sees quarantine. She sees rules. And you can see that she doesn't see all the rules. She sees only senders and domains. Bulk entry is just a way to enter a lot of rules at a time, vote and lock addresses. She doesn't see SPF or DKIM or network rules or, you know, there are half a dozen or so that are in that menu. And also under preferences, I think I've limited it to only a few things. She basically can't change any of her preferences, like hidden that whole screen. So I have to log out to go back in as the administrator. So the way permissions work, they're assigned on a per user basis. So here are the users who have different levels of permissions. And then there are two sets of permissions. Stream permissions can change depending on what stream you're in. I'll come back to that. Whereas the user permissions belong to the user and it doesn't matter what stream you're in. So let me explain a little bit about why we need stream permissions. Up until now, I've implicitly assumed that when a normal end user logs in, they can only see their own stream and nobody else's stream. And that's true most of the time. But there is a way to allow a normal end user to see other streams. And so one of the use cases for that is, let's say you have a mailing list that has 3 people taking care of it. You can put the mailing list in its own stream, and then you can give each of the 3 administrators access to that stream. So they're still normal end users, but they're allowed to switch between their stream and the journalist stream. So if we look at my sister's permissions, expand everything. Sorry, I'm just going to expand everything so I can talk about it. Okay. So up at the top, there are 2 columns which specify the different types of streams. So a stream is readable if you can see the rules in that stream. So everybody can see the rules in their own stream, and in fact everybody can also see the rules in the default stream of their realm, because end users should be able to see what the admin has done even if they can't change it. And the stream is writable if you can actually make changes to it. So in your own stream you can make rules and change settings. In your own stream, all of the permissions under both of these columns apply. So if it's on in any one of these columns, it's on for you in your stream. If you're in the default stream where you're only allowed to read things, then only this column applies. So most of the time you make permissions in the readable stream. The only difference is for the quarantine, you don't want people to see the quarantine in anything except their own stream. So these permissions are in the writable column, which means they only apply to your own stream. Everything else applies to your stream plus any stream that you can see. Is that clear? Probably not. I need a whiteboard for this.
Should I?
Maybe we can move that one up here.
Make it more stable. Take the weights before you shoot.
So here is my sister's screen. And here's the default screen. And when my sister logs in, she logs in as Rose. She's a user, and normally she's in that stream. Okay? So while she's in that stream, she can make changes to that stream. The permissions that apply are the readable permissions and anything in writable. Because she can see stuff in that stream and she can make changes, so she gets both sets of permissions. If she decides she wants to see what I've done, what rules I've created in the default stream, she's allowed to do that. She can switch into the default stream, so now she's looking at this stream. And here she only gets the readable permissions. So she's allowed to look at the sender and domain rules, but she's not allowed to look at the quarantine. She can only look at the quarantine in her own stream. Does that make more sense now? Okay. Most of the time when you set permissions, you don't have to worry about it. You make it in the readable stream class, and that's good enough. You just do everything in there. So you can see that I've turned off network actions, line types, file name extensions, all the rules. Pretty much everything I've turned off. And then as far as the quarantine settings go, I've only enabled a few of them.
So, are you looking at the rows? The rows is stream now, or are you looking
Column
at
is stream and the row is the permission. So here is the stream type at the top. And the individual permissions are here. Can she blacklist sender? Yes. Can she whitelist sender? Yes.
Yeah, but are you looking at the default stream now?
I'm looking at the user rows. Streams apply to users, so it doesn't matter what stream I name.
Okay.
So actually, let me become her again, just to show you. So if I go to preferences, oh, I don't have quarantine set. Okay. That's not right. I'll have to fix that.
Didn't you just say that you couldn't see the current text?
No, but
Variable implying readable.
yes. You should be able to see some of the quarantine settings. These things. Like she should be able to change her spam threshold. Okay, so I'll have to look at why that didn't work. But in theory, she should only see a few of the quarantine settings, not everything. So you can limit what quarantine settings people can see. So that's stream permissions. If we look at user permissions, they're a bit simpler. That's just, oh, that's why, because I've taken off preferences in general, so I would have to grant this one to let her see quarantine settings.
You can change it, but you cannot see where to change it.
Sorry?
So now you cannot see. She cannot see.
Right, she
Yeah,
can't-
but in theory she can.
Actually, she can,
Ah,
because she needs
okay.
both of these.
All right.
So this is just what is she allowed to do. So I don't let her use the API, for example. I don't let her customize the theme or anything like that. And I limit what preferences. Well, the preferences are irrelevant because she can't see preferences anyway. But if she could, she wouldn't be able to see some of them. So you can control what people can do on a pretty fine-grained basis. If we go back to permissions, there are a couple of special users. This star user sets the permissions that people get by default. So if you remove permissions from the star user and you don't override them, then you can restrict what normal users see. And the special user star root star is what the realm administrator can see. The site administrator can always see everything. There's no way to take away permissions from the site administrator because they're like the Unix super user. But you can control what realm administrators can see and can do. So like by default, realm administrators don't have access to the API. You have to turn that on so that they want that.
Hmm?
Let me just look at the permissions on Sunet. Yeah. Looks like they've taken away most permissions from realm admin. Is that correct?
No, I think this is default.
Yeah.
No,
Really?
no. We, as far as I know, I didn't take away anything.
Somebody did. So what are the, yeah. I guess the defaults for normal users are everything. So you're going to want to take away some permissions, or lots of permissions for normal users, because the defaults are there are too many of them.
It seems like I'm not able to do that as a road administrator.
No, exactly.
I can add a user, but I don't have the readable or writable.
Okay. This is the really irritating part of permissions. If I want to add a user, can I just add one temporarily to your?
Yeah.
So if I go to permissions, and I want to add a user, so user example. You have to fill in up here first, and then you can set the permissions. But if I submit the changes, now it's there and I can edit it. Okay. The reason is, let's say that the user example has access to a mailing list stream. You can actually put the name of the stream as well as readable and writable, and give them even different permissions in that stream. So you could allow somebody to make different rules in the mailing list stream than in other streams. This was a requirement from Sunet, and that's why it's so complicated. So yeah, so if I do that, you'll see that I get another column, mailing list, and I can like say I don't want them to be able to blacklist or whitelist senders in the mailing list stream, but I can do it in the mailing list stream. So it's pretty flexible.
We had a question regarding that, because some of us, we have sort of shared aliases, and we want to be able, all that has us or in the alias want to be able to vote on that alias. And would that require that we add every alias like this, or is it some other way around to be able to?
You could give all the users access to this stream,
Yeah.
but yes, you would have to do that for each user. Or you could allow unauthenticated voting,
Yeah.
so then they wouldn't even have to log into like just clicking the link.
Yeah.
So if I'm a member of 20 email lists, I will need a really wide stream, right?
It depends how you set it up. If you administer an email, a mailing list, you can have it go into your own stream if you want. So then it's fine. But yes, if you want 20 different streams for the mailing list, then what you would do, I'll show you what you would do. Here, let me just.
Is there a difference between mailing list and business thing?
Yeah, well, maybe. In our case, we have, for instance, the not alias, which goes to people at Sunet. And that's not really a mailing list.
No, but if you have like we use mailing list handler supervise essentially.
Yeah.
So we either have mailing lists handled by Sunet, which is divided by other, or we have standard mailing aliases like addresses, which stands to our mail address. So from Canon's perspective, are those
It's the same. And
equal?
yeah. So there are a number of different approaches for that. So I'll illustrate using one of our aliases. So at Roaring Penguin, we have an alias sales that ends up going to 4 different people. So one approach is to designate one of these people to be in charge of the spam for that alias. And so we just put everything into that person's stream. Putting something into a stream doesn't affect how it's delivered. It still comes out like the sales. And then it gets expended by our backend server. But the user A has everything for that alias in his or her quarantine. So that's one approach. If you have an alias and one person is willing to manage it, you can just say, okay, put that alias in that person's stream. And that's it. What we actually do in Roaring Penguin is we have a stream for sales. And it goes to people. And a couple of these people are trustworthy enough that I give them access to that stream. So there's a way in Canet to give a user access to more than one stream. So when they log in, they get a little pull down. They get the view the stream button, and they can pull it down to see their stream or the sales stream. And that way they can manage this quarantine. But that setup has to be done manually. So we have to go into Canet and say this person plus this person is allowed to see the sales stream.
Could I do that via the API?
Yes.
So, yeah, then I can do it automatically if I have 500 email lists.
Yes.
But is it what we call it? Pull down, drop down menu.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you have 20, 50 mailing lists that you are supposed to be admin for, then drop down menu will be quite huge.
Yes. I'd have to check the code, but I'm pretty sure that a normal end user can view the magic star stream, which shows them everything, all the quarantines in one. So it's not so bad. I have to check
okay.
How do you create the sales stream? Can we do that?
Yeah, you don't actually create a stream as such. You just tell Canet if mail comes in for sales, then put it in sales stream. So the way that's done is here. So here I've said to Canet, if something comes in for sales at roaringpenguin.com, put it in the sales stream. So this lets you override the normal mechanism for figuring out the stream. So as soon as something comes in for that address, it will go into that stream.
If you didn't tell it, what would happen?
If you didn't tell it, it would do whatever you've told it to do by default, which could be an LDAP lookup. It could be
Just end up
in the default stream. Yeah. Shall I talk a little bit about how we figure out what stream an email is supposed to be in?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So when an email comes in, so when an email comes in for a user here's how we figure out what to do. First, we need to figure out what realm that's in. So we take the domain part and we make a lookup in a realms table, which looks like. How do I open something in a new tab? Do I just right click? Well, anyway, it's just basically a big table that lists domains in which realm they go in. This is created by the site administrator. So Sunet will make a table saying what's the domain. Oh, sample domain.
For instance, su.se.
Right, su.se goes into a specific realm.
Yeah, su-se.
Right. So that's table driven. So let's say it goes into the realm example. That's the realm. And this is the domain. Once we know the realm, we look up the domain mappings, which tells us how to convert an address into a stream. So for this one, example.com says if you want to convert an email address in example.com into a stream, you use this mapping. In this case, it's called Sean LDAP, but this is an example that we created. But basically, it's going to do a lookup against an LDAP server. And the way it does it, it does a lookup against this LDAP server. It binds to it, and it does an LDAP query here. This is like an Active Directory query. It looks for something like this in the LDAP server.
Du har inte lagt till det. Nej, du måste lägga till. Sorry.
It makes an LDAP query, like this: proxy addresses equals smtp:/user@example.com. If it gets back an answer, so let's say that succeeds, then we take the attribute, this attribute, which I think is usually the Windows login, and that becomes the stream. That's how LDAP lookups work. You give it a query and you tell it which attribute to use for the stream name. If it does this lookup and the LDAP server says no such entry, then we reject the recipient address. We say no such user. Okay? Most of the time, the lookup, you'll have one lookup that you use for all of your domains. But in principle, if a realm has more than one domain, it can use a different way to do the streaming. So like if you have different LDAP servers for different domains, you can change it on a per domain basis.
But where do you configure those LDAP servers?
Those are configured here in user lookup, so you can. Do you have that on here?
Okay.
So you can add a new user lookup, and the different types that you can have LDAP, sort of, all of the LDAP methods are really the same, it's just that they come pre-configured for different situations. POP3 and IMAP cannot be used to do streaming, but they can be used for authentication. So you can let people log in against an IMAP server. LDAP can be used for streaming, converting an email address into a stream. It can also be used for authentication. So I'll show you how the authentication part works. to look at that one. If you want to use it for authentication, then when somebody logs in, we do a different search. We search on the Sam account name equals whatever they logged in as, and we find the LDAP entry, and then we attempt to bind as that user with their password, and if it succeeds, then we consider that they're authenticated. If it fails, they're not authenticated. LDAP is the most complicated one because it's used for streaming and authentication. Is it clear? It's not clear, but trust me, once you play with it, it becomes clear. We also have a way where you can test the user lookups. So these are not going to work because they're not using real mail servers, but you can put in an email address. And see what comes back, and that way you can play with the settings until you get it right.
And it shows you the stream if you...
Yeah, it shows you the stream, it shows you everything that would happen. I guess I have to click on it. Well, this is going to fail because it's not using a real LDAP server, so it'll just time out after a little while. But it gives you all kinds of debugging information to get the lookup correct. Yeah, that's going to take a little while to time out.
How do you use the user lookup to do verification?
Well, if the LDAP server says there's no such entry in the directory, then we consider it to be a non-existent user, and we reject mail for that recipient. There's three types of returns from the LDAP server. There can be a no such entry, which is reject. There can be a yes, here's the entry, that's accept. Or it can time out, or can't fail, or whatever. And
Multiple
in that case,
entries.
we can't fail it.
Or multiple entries?
Or multiple entries. So for multiple entries, I have to check what we do. I'm pretty sure we reject it and we raise an anomaly warning so that the administrator gets his email. Because, yeah, the query that you write should always return one or no results. Otherwise, there's something wrong.
But if you use LDAP for stream dividing, shouldn't that clash with the IDP stream?
If you use LDAP for streaming, you should not, you don't want to use the IDP method.
And that's not up to me.
So we have to change it, not to make. Well, it shouldn't matter. Actually, it shouldn't matter. Let me explain what we're talking about here. So the way Sunet works right now, you log in with your IDP, so you select your IDP and you put in your username and password, and it sends a bunch of attributes to Kenneth. It sends the primary and the mail addresses. I don't know what the name of the attribute is. So let's just say it's mail. And this can have multiple values, because you can have more than one email address. So it could be, like for Frederick, it's sunet.se and also nordu.net. So we have custom code for Sunet that takes all of these mail attributes and it sorts them with dictionary sorting. The first one becomes the stream name, and the rest get entered into this table. So it would map. I don't know if this is actually it.
I probably don't exist.
What happens if you have another address that gets sorted before the stream name?
Don't do that. That's where it all falls apart. So what happens is each time you log in, it redoes this, so you'll suddenly find you're in a different stream. And you no longer have access to
So
the
you don't know the stream name.
Well, it tells you.
It doesn't copy any custom stuff.
So you
So it's
want
a
to
completely
avoid
new stream.
doing that.
Isn't the stream name the EPPN?
Oh,
Yes.
you're right. The stream name is the EPPN. That's true.
So it doesn't.
So it doesn't matter. I forgot about that. It was for a different customer that we did it the way I described. So it just maps all your aliases to a stream that's named after your EPPN. So if you get a new alias, then the next time you log in, it maps it. However, if you're using LDAP, then it happens in real time. And presumably, unless you've made a mistake, the LDAP and the IDP should agree with each other. Otherwise, something's very wrong.
Maybe that's the case for our group.
I have to check that out.
I mean, I assume the IDP basically is back-ended by the LDAP, right? Should it?
It should be.
Yeah.
If,
So,
if you did it correctly.
yeah. So using LDAP is better because it happens in real time instead of waiting for users to log in.
And the LDAP and the IDP are actually talking to the same database, so it should be the same.
Yeah, that's what I.
Actually, the IDP are asking the same LDAP as the Connect
Canon.
software is, so
Yeah.
that should be the same.
It should be. The only extra little wrinkle is that obviously you have to open your firewall to permit LDAP queries from the Canon machine.
If you don't send any email addresses via the IP with attributes, but you set up an LDAP connection,
Yeah.
can you do that? So you
It'll
check
work.
the stream from the LDAP and log in from the IP
Yes,
without
that will
them
work.
clashing.
It'll work, yes. Because if you log in through the IDP and we don't get any email attributes, well, we just let you input you in a stream named after the EPPN and that's it. So as long as your LDAP server has an attribute that matches the EPPN and you use that for the stream name, it'll work.
But are we talking about some common LDAP here for the IDP thing, or is it LDAP for
For
our
each-
site and your site?
No, not the common one. I mean, traditionally, we have only used IDP for signing.
Okay. So it's not stored in a common place, this database? Okay.
No. Use type.
Because the thing is, once we know the realm, then we know which LDAP server to query. So everybody can have their own LDAP server because you all have your own IDPs, right? So it's the same thing. You have your own LDAP server. Now, you can't override it. So in the situation I was showing before where you have a sales alias that may or may not exist in your LDAP, or may not be searchable with the same kind of query, you can explicitly say sales at my address goes into this stream. And then just for that address, we don't even bother doing LDAP lookups because it's in the table. So we just accept it as is. So that lets you make exceptions. Yeah.
Or do you support plus addresses?
Yes.
the emails? So
Yes.
it will get rid of the plus before it
Yeah.
does all the lookups.
Yep, there's even a preference somewhere that says support the sendmail plus hack. That's the name of the preference.
But will you cache LDAP? I mean, is it
Yes.
you run standard NCV or something? Or?
No, we cache it in the
You have
database.
it. Okay.
So LDAP lookups will appear in the address to stream mapping as
Yes,
well?
and the little cat, you see the cached column,
Yeah.
it will be set to yes. And then there's a setting where you can tell it how long to cache it for.
And with that also work if the actual something is broken with the network connection to.
Yes, if it's cached. So there are various timeout settings. There's a refresh timeout, which means even if it's in the cache, if it's older than 12 hours, check again with the LDAP server. And then there's an expire timeout, which is longer, which means if you check the LDAP server and you can't reach it, just expire it after so many days. It's just like DNS. You have a refresh timeout and an expire timeout. Does everybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah. We also can cache the passwords, so let me encrypted versions of the password, I should say. So let's say, well, you use IDP for authentication, so this doesn't really apply, but if you were using LDAP, if somebody logs in successfully, in other words, they they log in and we successfully authenticate them against your LDAP server. We encrypt the password just using like Salt plus the MD5 Unix password encryption. And we store the username and that encrypted password in the database. Next time when they try to log in, we first check the LDAP server, but if it's down or not responding for whatever reason, we check the cached credentials, and if they match, we let them in. So that way, if your whole backend goes down, people can still log into Canada, and if they're using the archive, they can still read their email. So this is an emergency business continuity feature. If for whatever reason you don't want Canada to cache the password, you just put 0 here, and then we won't allow people in unless we can actually reach your LDAP server. Okay?
I have a question about these stream aliases. Can you populate that table to the IPA?
Yes. So it's a few API questions, so I'll give you a flavor for the API. Oh, wow. So if you want to populate that table, this is the API call that you would do. You go put, API 2.0 is, that's just the version, the word realm literally, and then the name of the realm, and then the word address mapping, and then the address, and in the body you put the stream and whether or not it's cached. So you make a pull out of those API calls from a program and it populates that table. It's quite simple. In fact, the nice thing about the API is it's just JSON. So I can go here. API 0, now. Make an API call from the browser, and that's actually YAML. You can choose JSON or YAML, and so you get back a serialized array. So you get the address and the stream, whether or not it was cached. So that lets you read it, and writing it is just put instead of get. Almost anything you can do from the web interface, you can do from the API. Not quite everything, but most of the things.
Can you sort it in a better way than just a big list? The address to stream mapping.
Yeah, you can filter. So if I go up here, if I say I'm not interested in anything except if it has sales in it, and it just filters it. So it shows that filter applies to both columns, so that you can see sales here. This one, even though it's the stream supported, contains the string sales here. That's why it showed up. Pretty much any page that shows you a big list of results has a filter box that lets you sort of limit what you see to looking for a substring. Any other questions about this?
I don't know.
Yeah.
We have so many addresses, so if we should use this to map lists to separate streams, I don't know if we can manage it.
Well, how do you manage the lists on the back end? Do they have LDAP entries, or are they just
No, they just
files?
Or in Exchange or something like that.
Yeah.
So you will have to start by building a service for collecting who is responsible for which lists.
Yeah.
And then you can do the
Yeah.
easy part.
At some point, you have to collect the information in one spot,
Yeah.
once you have it, then it's easy to put it into Canon. You can use the API for that.
We are seeing rather a large amount of mailing lists that are dynamic. They actually are end-up search. And I don't know how we implement them here, because they are looked up every time we use them.
But they're in LDAP?
The search query is in LDAP and the results are in LDAP. If you mail on that list, you only get an LDAP search. And the mail server do the search for you and deliver it to the end users. And that can be from 1 to 10,000 users theoretically.
So I could do really ugly injections via email to you.
If you were able to mail on them addresses, yes, and they are restricted. One address is to all the users, and that's 30,000 entries.
Are they in your main domain or are they in the subdomain?
Both.
Of course.
If you use this all user address, then they go to 6 or 7 subdomains.
Okay. Yeah, there's really no nice way to manage that other than whatever you use to create these lists. If you can hook into that and have it pushed up to Canet, that's really the best.
But does it matter? It's still the email address, but the list is the same, and that's just a few.
Yeah.
Yeah,
How many-
just a few,
Yes.
a couple of thousand.
We had tens of thousands, but still a few. It's easy to make an LDAP search and you get them and you do whatever you like with them. They are not dynamic, the lists themselves, just
The
the
list name
content.
is not dynamic, is that?
Oh, if the list
So the
name is-
result is dynamic.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Canet only sees the address in the SMTP transaction received to the list name. It knows nothing about
Okay.
what happens afterwards. We don't know, we don't care. I've gone a bit off track, so I have to remember what it is.
Permission.
Permissions. I think we covered permissions, actually.
Did we? Did everybody understand permission?
No.
Another problem.
Do you want to,
You want a refresher course?
yeah,
No.
refresh?
So every page in Canet has an online documentation link. And if you click that, you go right to the chapter that describes that feature. So it is actually documented. And there's a whole algorithm that tells how the permissions are calculated. Let me go down a little bit. Yeah, so these two sections, stream permissions and determining permissions, show how permissions are determined. It's all in there, but you have to read it carefully. So do you want me to go over it again? I'll go over it again.
Yeah.
One little question about
Yeah.
thing. You have at readable,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of a special group. Can
Yeah.
you make your own groups? So you
No.
can put several streams in one at thing.
No, there are a bunch of built-in ones. There's at readable, at writable, and another one called at home, which is just your home stream when you log in. And those are built into the software. You can't add your own. So
Not your own group of streams, but
you can add your own stream.
yeah, separate stream.
Yeah. So the algorithm is actually here. So what we do first when we want to figure out a permission, we build a list of stream classes. So if you're in a particular stream called my stream, that comes first, so my stream. If my stream happens to be the stream that you get when you log in, then we add. Yeah, I have to read this because I don't remember it. And then maybe we add writable and readable. And finally at the end we add star. So when you're in a particular stream, it builds a list of the classes that correspond to that stream. So when we look for permissions, first we look in the actual stream name. And whatever we find there, we stop. We don't add anymore. If we don't find anything in the actual stream, we add all the streams in the stream classes. So we add at home if you're in your home stream. We add readable if you're in a readable stream. We add writable if you're in a writable stream. And we add star if anybody's created those permissions. So we add them all up. You get the union of all those permissions. Okay? That's how it works. And I apologize for the complexity, but we actually have customers who use every possible corner case of this permission system. But like I say, most people just make everything in readable except for the quarantine, which goes in writable, and that's it. It's stopped there. Any questions about that? Okay. What should we do next? What are people interested in? I can show log searching.
You want to see it or
Log searching. Anybody interested in seeing that?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to host the candidate first. Administration. Search logs. So it's a pretty simple form. You just enter the date range that you want to search and various criteria. So I'm going to look for exe files that came in. This can take a little bit of time. So today we've rejected about 14,000 of them. And if you click on the QID, you get the log.
So the short time between that you cannot see is also.
You've seen this display before. This is coming out. This is not released yet, but it's running on our server. The more complicated log searching. So I have saved the search. That looks for this. So exe, scr, lmk, I search for that and get a few. So that's the new log search query builder. It's just like compound rules. Add
One question, just perhaps partly related. If you want to, so to say, collect, you were using the term anomalies. If I want to publish them in my local surveillance like values or something, I mean, some of those things, basically I would say that people shouldn't log in to look there, they should get with the face if it's important. Is there, how do people normally talk that?
I'm pretty sure, I'd have to check actually, but I'm pretty sure we have an SNMP variable that shows the count of anomalies. And I also believe that it's accessible from the API. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
So you could have an API
Actually, mostly I use
script that every night or every couple of hours just gets a list of anomalies
See if there's, yeah, look for,
and look for whatever, yeah. So you can do it from the API
Per value.
per round, yeah.
Regarding quarantine messages, you don't have any feature that mails out digest or anything else?
Oh yeah, sure we do. So if you're using the quarantine, you can have the system send out a notification. So this is what you can configure. You can configure the email address to which the notification should go. Normally it's just automatically populated by the first email that comes in. You can have different types. You can have plain text ones. These are described in the manual, but the most common one is just an HTML one. You can sort it by date or by score. So the advantage of sorting by score is the hem is likely to be up near the top. And you can choose what time of day you would like the notifications and which days of the week you would like them. You can customize them a little bit. And so the system will send out notifications. The Realm administrator can also change the template so you can change the look and feel of the notification if you like. And it's really useful. So once you get a notification, it'll have links in it to accept or reject the message. And those do not require authentication. They have a little cookie built right into the link. So the user just clicks on it in the email reader and it does it. For accepting or rejecting individual messages, we don't require authentication. For whitelisting or blacklisting, we do, because we thought that was a little bit too dangerous in case the digest leaks out. We don't want random people being able to blacklist or whitelist. I don't have an example of, I do actually. I'll show you what one of the notification messages looks like. So this is what the notification looks like, well, on our system. So you get a little table with the subject, the sender, the country, and the score. And so you can either accept, reject, or whitelist the sender. We've enabled the whitelist option right from within the email. And so this user has chosen to sort it in score order. So all the really bad stuff is at the bottom. The ones that are likely to be valid are up top.
Then you have the RSS feed
Yes,
features.
we have the RSS feature. So if you like, you can make an RSS feed, which I have. So it generates this, which is an RSS feed link. It has a magical key in it, so your feed reader can see it, and you end up. I don't know what Safari is going to do with RSS. Crash?
No. Start mail up.
Anyway. That is an RSS feed, so you can just have it in your feed reader and it will update every half hour or whatever you set, so you'll see your new quarantine messages coming in.
No, okay.
No, because this is somewhat sensitive URL because it lets people see your quarantine. If you think it's compromised, you can disable it, or you can get it to generate a new random key. This is a feature that not many people use, but I don't think. Any other questions?
talk a little bit about the archive.
Okay. So, this is our mail server. We have archiving turned on. So, first of all, you can make rules. So I'll explain these rules. Not every piece of email is worth archiving. We have an automatic job that tests our hosted system. So every 5 minutes it sends an email through our hosted system, which returns it and it gets consumed by a script. And then if we don't get an answer back within a minute, we raise an alert. So we really don't want to archive those because they're just sort of random probes that are not meant to be read by humans. So we have a rule that tells us not to archive those messages. Same thing with not archiving cron messages and other automated messages. But everything else gets archived. So if I want to search the archive, let's say I want to see everything to or from somebody who has this in their email address. And also it's to or from me personally. Search. So these are all the messages that match that criteria. Yeah. I'm in the default screen, which you should never ever do. You should never actually put a real name on the default screen, but I'm lazy. Now, instead of searching the archive and presenting the results in the web browser, I can say create a zip file. And it says your query matched 31 messages, total size is 82K. And then if I wanted to, I would click generate zip file. It would generate the zip file in the background and email me when it's done. And the email would have a link where I could pick up my zip file. And in the zip file would be all the messages, just as RFCA 22 messages. But we also show metadata. So like if I go here, if I go to the out of office auto reply, it also shows the envelope sender, the timestamp, and a link to the logs relating to that message. If I click on related messages, okay, that was a bad example. If I go here and click on related messages, then I get the conversation related to that message. And the way we would determine the conversation is we look at the references header and we pick out message IDs and we look for those message IDs and we do that recursively until we find the entire thread. If I want to read the message, I just click on it. If I want to see all the headers, I can do that. If I only want to see the main headers, I can do that. Let's say I read this message in my email and then I deleted it, but I want it back. I can say redeliver it. So I can redeliver it to me or actually to a different email address, so I could send it to my Gmail account instead if I wanted to. If I want to reply to the message, I can do that. So click reply. Now I can't reply to an arbitrary recipient because we're trying to limit the potential for abuse. So I can only reply to users who were somewhere in the original message in the to or from header or CC header. This is to prevent a student from using this to spam people. I mean, they could still do it by faking the addresses, but it's hard. The other thing is we rate limit replies. So you can only send to one recipient, I think every 10 seconds or something. And if you try more often, it says please wait. Because we really don't want people to use it as a spam platform. And then instead of searching the archive, I can look at it on a month-by-month basis. So I can just say, show me all the mail from June 2011. It shows me everything. Oh, and you can also only look at inbound or outbound mail there.
Little Humpy Hedgehog.
Sorry?
I just read the mail address. Little Humpy Hedgehog.
Yeah,
Little Grumpy Hedgehog.
that's my sister's friend. Oh, the other thing you can do, some organizations want to archive internal mail. So let's say you're running Exchange, and you send mail from one Exchange user to the other. It never goes out, right? But Exchange has a feature called message journaling, which is actually a pretty cool feature. I don't like the way Microsoft implemented it, like the idea is good. And that basically lets you make rules to copy messages to other email addresses. So Canet can understand these Microsoft journaling messages and take the message and archive it. So even your internal only mail can be archived. And the way you do it is you either authorize an IP address to archive in your realm, or if you have lots of IP addresses or don't have a fixed one, you can generate what's called a secret. So if I generate a secret, it generates a random string, and then you configure your Exchange box to archive to a special email address containing that string, and then we know, okay, it's your email. That's how it works. I did say that you can see who's been accessing your archive, so here are a bunch of people who've been accessing the messages, when they did it, who did it, and what IP address they came from. You can even see who's been running searches. So it shows you who did it, what the search was, and the IP address they came from. Finally, you can save. Oh, good, PHP warnings. Gotta fix that. You can save your searches. So if you click on this, you can. No, it's not working. Oh, you're supposed to be able to save your searches, and then it repopulates the search form. This is a development version that we're looking at, so that you may see bugs like that. Anything else?
Up to you. Now is your chance.
Now's your chance, yeah.
We haven't really started using Canet yet, so I don't have much to ask about it yet. Literally just starting to use it now.
Okay.
So, are you happy?
We had one question from Torbjörn about the setup with it, how it looks.
How it looks?
Yeah, how it's set up.
Okay. Basically, it's the default, except for the permission seem to deviate from it.
Yeah.
It's not much that it deviates from the Canet defaults. We use tag only as default for everybody, but that's changeable. We also auto-react at 10, we look at that. Spam score tag on 5, that's the default, I believe. We do have some customizations. For instance, we have added Spam House, the Spam House RBL. We have a more stricter delay on the dynamic grading, so we add hours, not just minutes, if you end up on a bad RBL. And so far, no one has complained about delayed emails or not getting through because of this. What more? Yeah, yes. We don't use your scoring in override.
That's
So we,
wise.
Yeah, so we just, because we don't trust.
I wouldn't do it either.
So we just have, I think, one or something like that extra. It doesn't get too many hits. But some is. The KTH, it's URL based blacklist. It's,
Oh, okay.
or domain based.
Yeah.
Rather. And special spam assassin scoring. But otherwise it's pretty much default.
Well, and you use the IDP for logging in.
Yes, but that doesn't help or make it worse when it
No.
comes to spam scoring.
No.
All the other entrants use some iteration of IDP for logging in. We use the best, of course. Sunet uses strange one.
I think everybody uses Shibboleth except for Surfnet.
Yeah.
Except for
Surfnet in the Netherlands, they have their own.
Yeah. But spellnets have a strange way of determining the default, your home street.
Can't remember.
I think that was what you were talking about, or possibly a switch that just took your word and took the first email address.
Oh yeah, it was either Belnet or Switch, I can't remember what one. They didn't use the VPN as the stream name.
We have a special way of doing outbound. Since we relay the mails back to you, and you are responsible for sending them out to the internet. And nobody else does that. But we don't want the Sunet servers to end up on a blacklist. You do something strange or something.
And so we still get any Postfix servers to fiddle on.
Yeah, we job security, right?
If you go to the preferences page and you actually understand it, that's job security for life. I mean, permissions.
I can't think of anything else, but we don't want to complicate things too much.
I just got a message from somebody
Oh,
on the Adobe Connect.
okay.
How do I look at it?
Can we get the presentation .pdf?
Oh, sure.
It's in the meeting room.
As a PDF.
Yes. I think everybody that
Should have another.
sorry. Yeah. Get one. Stop complaining. You need one eventually. So.
Try to talk a little bit.
No, I can't think of anything else. Can you?
I think I've covered the important points. Let me just go through the menus.
But this way of having an external mail server to mail out stuff that we have, that's not normal. You normally deliver the mail directly from.
Yes.
Okay. But you think it's a wise decision of us, or just you don't care, or you?
I think it's a wise decision on the part of Sunet, yes.
But, I mean, then those that get your mail will see that it comes from you as well, your IPs, etc. And you can make it more resilient by having several relays on several subnets, etc.
Yeah, the problem is, on our hosted system, we don't do it that way. We relay all the outbound, but if we ever get blacklisted, that means every single one of our customers effectively is blacklisted, which is really bad, and that's why we're very strict about the rate limits. This way, if one customer gets blacklisted, it doesn't affect the others, so it's a little bit safer.
And you can do whatever you wish on the rate limit side. So you can be as lean as you want.
On average, we have about one stolen account a week used for spamming. So if you add up all Swedish universities on one IP address, I think we will be lucky to fight off.
Constantly.
Yeah, for sure. What's the university population in Sweden, like 600,000 or something?
Yeah, something. I think roughly counted 600.
Yeah, that's enough to be blacklisted for your business. Oh, actually, I'll show you one other.
I think Sunet isn't providing outbound filtering.
They do?
They do?
They do.
Okay.
But what they do is they have multiple outbound IP addresses, and they monitor them constantly, and if one gets blacklisted, they stop using that one until they have time to clean it up.
Yeah, but Sunet has a lot of IP
Yeah, they have.
addresses. It's insane. So they
You don't sound jealous.
for me, it's not a problem for me. So they could basically assign a /16 and then just use it, switch every day, and they will be safe for some years.
Yeah, they have a lot of that.
I don't really get how it handles multiple back-end mail servers.
In terms of,
Priority, that sort of thing.
oh, for telling Canet where to send the mail
Yeah.
once it's filtered it? That's done under domain routing. Let me go on to my server. No, my server doesn't have that. So setup. So if I want to see where mail goes for a specific domain, so you can put in one server per line, which can be a server name or an IP address, and it tries them in order. If you want to be more sophisticated about it, you can put in something like mx.example.com, or let me change that. Private mx, and you can say treat it as an mx record. And then in your DNS, you would publish MX records for that name
With priority.
with priorities, and Canet would accept that. So if they're equal weighted, it would pick one at random, otherwise it would use the normal algorithm.
Cool.
The other nice thing is if message starts queuing, you can have Canet email you. So once it sees, I think the default is 40 messages in the queue, or any message older than 2 hours, it can send an alert saying, hey, it looks like you have queued messages. Now the notification email address cannot be in the same domain as the one you're routing for, obviously.
Good point.
Lots of people try that. But you could put, like, if you have a cell phone that lets you have an email to SMS gate, you could put that here. So that's a nice little thing. And in fact, you can see the mail queue. So you can go in. You can see the mail queue.
How live is that?
This is live. This is real time.
If you refresh it.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course it goes down, but it doesn't mean that I don't have people on my mailing lists who are still signed up to those addresses that I haven't removed yet. I guess I should go in and clean my list. Yeah. You can also see the domain specific. So this is our hosted service. So we have 1,100 items in our queue, which is typical because, you know, we have about 6,000 customers on the system, so out of 6,000 customers, you're gonna have about 30 where the mail server's down or unreachable or something like that. Anything else? I think that's pretty much it that's of interest to you. There's nothing else that I covered that's of major importance, I think.
Last question.
I'm probably going to think of something as soon as I leave. But
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, well, there is a default stream, but if you have multiple domains, which is, let's say, not your default domain and not subdomains, let's say you have 10, 20 different domains, is there a difference in how that is handled? I mean, as long as you get the MX record correct?
yeah, so there are two approaches to that. One approach is to put all of your domains, no matter what they are, into the same realm. So they'll all inherit from the same default stream, but you just make sure they go into separate streams, probably by including the domain name and the stream name. But if the domains are actually for different purposes, like one is one department and another is another department, I think it's worth creating separate subrealms for them to keep them more isolated and to delegate administration. But it's up to you how you want to do it.
I mean, if you have an actual delegation, some department takes care of their own email, spam filtering, etc. And they go into Sunet, then you should create a subrealm. Otherwise, I don't use
So, okay, perhaps I'm not understanding the wording, but I mean, they're like loosely associated organizations that by history have an MX that points to you and you just relay it somewhere else, which really has not. I mean, of course, they will have to be a valid user, but would there be problems handling the screen?
No, there are no problems, because you can, the way that you forward mail on is determined on a domain-by-domain basis. The type of user lookup, so which LDAP backend you look at, also can be determined on a domain-by-domain basis. It's just that if you put everybody in the same realm, two things. The stream name has to be different. So if you have user at domain A and a completely different user at domain B with the same local part, you need to make sure the stream is the full email address so they don't clash. And the second thing is,
But they don't clash, they just merge.
they would merge, but you wouldn't want that. If you have two
Of
separate,
course,
yeah,
of course. Clash is,
well, okay, you don't want them to merge. And the second thing is then one person or one group of people is responsible for all of those domains. But it's not a problem from Canon's point of view. Anything else? If you do think of anything, maybe just email Frederick and I can reply, or you can email me. Yeah, that's probably better to email you, right? So,
yeah. Actually, email Thomas.
okay.
Should we stop there?
Okay.
Have a good